Gulganek just pulled us $50 closer to our goal for Mesozoic Research Center.
We come to this place for science. We come to Paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts. And we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained. Together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce. Purdue. Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so wonderful to see all of you here today. Happy Monday. It's the start of a new week, and we are having a very special fundraiser stream today. So I'm really glad you're here. Before we get started with that, which will just be in a moment or so, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. And science funding, too. I talk all the time about how, especially here in the States, science funding is, it's hard to come by. Some might say that science funding has been absolutely gutted over the past couple of years because of this current presidential regime, and they wouldn't be wrong. We're trying to do something about that today. Not just grouse about it, but make a positive difference. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. I'm Danny. I work on dinosaurs. I study them. I publish on them in the scientific literature. I excavate fossils out in the field, places like Montana, Utah, and next month, well, yeah, I guess next month, or beginning of June, Wyoming, where I've been digging for the past 4 years now, with one of the best crews in the whole world, one of the largest crews in the whole world. That's what we're raising money for today, to be able to rent a vehicle to go out and, yeah. Anywho. Glad you're here. Without further ado, let's move over to fundraising mode here. Here we go. Hopefully the audio and everything is working right now. Let me know if there's an echo or anything like that. I tested everything earlier, but sometimes you click the go live button and stuff falls apart. Sounds good? Thank you, Lenina. Excellent. So, we are trying to raise money for a truck rental. I'm part of a crew. We sometimes call ourselves the Central Laramidia Project. I'll be talking about what that means in a little bit. But we're an independent crew of paleontologists, researchers, students, community members, enthusiasts, professors, curators, plumbers, construction workers, a whole bunch of different people. A group of friends, really. It's really kind of a social network of people that's expanded outward. Everybody knows somebody on the crew. That's kind of how we've been able to build this thing up. But led by paleontologist Ethan Cowgill, it was his idea to go out and explore a neglected part of western Wyoming for dinosaurs. We've been doing this for about, I think Ethan's been doing this for 6 years now. He went out there with just a couple of friends and I think his brothers. I think like 6 years ago, it must have been like 2020 maybe. Went out there prospecting because he'd heard that there were dinosaurs out there. And sure enough, he and his group started finding some. So he got together a little bit of funding, applied for some permits to be able to prospect and collect on federal land. Got together another group of people, including me, and we've been working there ever since. Every June since then. Digging up dinosaurs and other fossil critters. Turtles, fishes, a mammal last year, which was huge news. We're helping fill in a missing piece of the puzzle in the history of life on Earth. And all of the fossils that we're excavating so far have gone to, I think, 2 different museums. Since we collect on public land, federal land, the fossils belong to...
Well, I could compensate you by fully funding your truck.
Yeah.
Urgle Wurgle.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Urgle Wurgle. Holy moly.
Not even $100 for Mesozoic Research Center.
The Mesozoic Research Center is the non-profit little group that Ethan has put together so that we can do fundraisers like this, and they are tax deductible. Urgle Wurgle, thank you for your support. Holy moly, that is phenomenal. Excellent. I appreciate that tremendously. You're gonna get a special reward for that, by the way, Urgle Wurgle. We're putting this together live on stream. But, yeah. You'll get to name one of our sites, Urgle Wurgle. Possibly 2 of our sites. We'll talk about that. But you have, I think, now just brought us up to... Here, we gotta check what we want to bring our thermometer up to. Give me a second here, and let's figure this out. I want to give a big shout out to Petrodactylus, who ran a special fundraiser, not this past Friday, but the Friday before, on her channel. Excellent. Here it is here. This was a ton of fun. Huge props to Petrodactylus. And what were we up to at that point? I think it was like $940. Pretty extraordinary. So, yeah. That's why we are starting our goal just shy of 1,000 here. Golganek gave $50 earlier. Urgle Wurgle gave 100. So let's say that brings us up to 1,000 there. We're gonna be at 1,100. Mark Melvin, thank you for the $50 there.
Research Center $50 for vehicle rental and insurance.
We probably will need insurance if we're doing stuff like that with the vehicles. Thank you, Mark Melvin. Holy moly. Shoot, what does that bring us up to then? I said, what, 1,100? Which would be there. So that is going to be 1,150. So here we go. Give me a second here. Let's see. We want mic audio. Let's copy that. And then let's put that onto... Put that onto here. Can you hear me, everybody? Let me know. But we are going to be able to move the truck forward to 1,100. And wait, no, that's not right. I think it's 1,150, isn't it? Let's start it back up again.
Just start up this job.
There we go.
By fully funding your truck.
Truck horn.
Okay.
150. Holy cow, truck horn.
_horn just spared no expense. Not even $150 for Mesozoic
Holy moly.
Research Center.
Extraordinary. I think that means we've got to move this forward again. Each of those ticks is... Hang on. 50. Yeah, each one of those ticks is $50. So that's going to bring us up to... 2, 3... 1,300? Hang on. No. Melf, thank you.
Melf donated $42.42 for Mesozoic Research Center.
Holy moly.
And hopefully we'll get insurance.
Hopefully we will get insurance. Not anymore? Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to keep up. Let me take a look at this real quick. There should be a counter, right? We're at 392. So let's say we started off at 1,000. Let's say it was 950. So it'd be 350. So 100, 200, 300. So we should be at 1,350 right now. Let's make that happen, shall we? Holy cow. And we're how far into this trip? 27 minutes in? Incredible. And Casey, that took way more time and effort than it should have to put all of this together down here. I'd get real creative, but got it. Fantastic. I appreciate you saying that, Casey. By the way, can we get a shout out for Casey Snowart? And speaking of shouts out, I believe it happens to be somebody's birthday here today, right? Ms. Lenina? I believe it's your birthday, is it not? Happy birthday to you, Lenina. Holy cow. I hope you have an excellent day. I hope this next trip around the sun is your best one yet. Thank you so much for everything you do for this community, for your continuous support, your kind words, your moderator work, subscribing, all of that good stuff. And Brenda Lorian DeLorean, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate that. No more ads for you for the next month. Thank you, Brenda. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah, we're going to be talking about our upcoming fieldwork on today's stream, and hopefully the donations will continue to roll in, and that truck will continue to roll forward. We need to raise $2,000 today. Petrodactylus already raised us about $950 last Friday. So we'll see how far we get with this. We're going to need, I think, about $2,500 for the truck. Plus, fuel prices they continue to be very high. And that's not going to make things easy on us this summer, even in a place like Wyoming. I believe we have a news report about this. High fuel prices. And a lot of people don't believe it until they see it on the news. So, there you go right here.
Rising gas prices expected to hit record highs this week, which may already be forcing consumers nationwide to drink less gas.
$4.50 a gallon? I mean, come on, I can't afford to drink that.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I'm thirsty, but it's ridiculous.
With the national average price up by nearly 50 cents per gallon, gas drinkers
higher in
across
California
the country are looking to cut back on their gasoline ingestion. Many, however, say that despite the high prices, they simply have no other choice.
I mean, what am I going to do? If I could drink electricity, I would.
And with high demand for chuggable petroleum only growing during the hot summer months, relief at the pump may be nowhere in sight. Coming up next, bugs. Could they be the disgusting protein source of the future?
Oh,
You're
many are
watching
saying.
The Onion News Network, the only cable news network that watches.
Yeah. It's from the Onion, Casey. It's gold. And thank you, Victorious, for the 30 bits there. It is time to drink, isn't it? Cheers. Thank you for the 100 bits, Golganek. For me. I'm not trying to raise money for me today, but thank you. I appreciate that. Call it 4K even. I already set the goal a little bit higher. Ethan said he thought we'd need about 2,100 for the truck, so I said, well, let's make that 2,500. And I thought, let's make it 3,000, just to be even. That's why it's 3,000 down here. Petrodactylus already helped us raise about $950 with a special fundraiser that she did last Friday. So we're sitting pretty. That said, there's still a ways to go. Thank you, Petrodactylus. Great to see you. Yes, phase 2. Wonderful to see you here, Petrodactylus. That's the reason I could start off the our special horizontal thermometer. Don't see those every day. At like 1,000. And thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. We've got a hype train going here, a treasure train, no less. I think that means... I don't know what that means. What's a treasure train? Discounted prices at level 2. All right, let's go. Treasure train unlocks a limited time 35% off gift subs at level 2. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, very cool. And I appreciate your precision there, Ms. Drop Bear. 1 gallon is 3.78541 liters.
Dirter.
Well done. Anyway, it's wonderful to have everybody here. I hope you all had an excellent weekend. I was getting ready for this fundraiser over the weekend and taking care of other stuff too. Very excited for my upcoming trip to Florida to work with leatherback turtles. But I'm very excited to kind of give you a little preview today about what we're going to be doing out there in Wyoming. Wyoming in the month of June. My comrades are actually going to be starting out in Wyoming early this year. I didn't realize this, or maybe I would have thought to reschedule the Florida trip. But they're going to be out there as soon as like May 15th. And I'll be arriving 2 weeks late for the first time ever. And staying for about 2 weeks out there in Wyoming. I'll be streaming from there, showing you once again how paleontologists excavate dinosaurs, how we collect data at a fossil site, how we do fieldwork. I'm going to be streaming hopefully every day while I'm out there. We'll see. But, yeah, I can't wait. And is this a new Wyoming site? So we will be continuing the excavation of some of the sites that we have out there in Wyoming already, because they need us to go back and continue to dig these things up. We've got more of our ceratopsian dinosaur, our horned dinosaur that we need to excavate. We've got more of our duck-billed dinosaurs, like 5 of them, that we need to continue excavating. And we're going to be finding more sites. That's actually what this truck rental is for. We've got some people on our crew who can be out there pretty much for like a month. Some people who usually act as scouts for us, going out, prospecting, discovering new sites. We've got a whole roster to fill up. We know that there's a bunch of different dinosaurs that should be in this ecosystem. Tyrannosaurs, ornithomimids, more ceratopsids perhaps. Thank you, Weethel Leppin.
$25 closer to our vehicle goal for Mesozoic
Really appreciate
Research
that.
Center.
Weethel Leppin, thank you for the $25, helping us get ever closer. Here, that means, let's scooch the vehicle closer a little bit. Thank you, Weethel Leppin. Fantastic. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate that. That's tax deductible, by the way. But yeah.
Just dug up in those skeletons. Well, I could compensate you by fully funding your truck.
Otter, do it.
Yeah.
Otter, do it. Thank you, thank you.
Spared no expense. Not even $100 for Mesozoic Research Center.
Thank you, Otter, do it. Really appreciate that. Holy moly, we gotta roll the truck forward again. By $100 this time. So that'll be, each one of those is 50, right? Oh, wrong button. Hang on. Phenomenal.
Pachycephalosaurus.
Niffler.
Iwanta Niffler is helping Mesozoic Research Center find dinosaurs with their $10 donation.
Thank you, Niffler. Really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you. Phenomenal. Really appreciate that, Niffler. Fantastic. What are we at right now? $527.42. I love that it's not a nice round number. Yeah. Fantastic. And Otter Do It says for science. And Victorious 73.72.
Victorious just pulled us $73.72 closer to our goal for Mesozoic Research Center.
Thank you, Victorious. And look at that truck delivery right there. Starmy, you're helping us get there. 25 bucks.
4006 just flew us $25 closer to our vehicle goal for Mesozoic Research Center.
Thank you, Starmy. Holy moly. Here, let's move it forward by, what is that? $98? And Keep It Sue, thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's great to have you here. Here. Excellent. Phenomenal. Keep it running. I guess so, Casey. Yeah. Phenomenal. We're at $626.14 now. Superb. Victorious is picking up what we're putting down. Appreciate you, Victorious. Yeah. Excellent. Holy cow. Well, before I forget, let's do a blue sky post here real quick. Here we go. I can't do that and hit the control print screen button at the same time, but let's see if that does it. Let's see. Excellent. Let's go ahead and crop that. Come on. You could do it, Microsoft Paint. Windows. Okay, there we go. Excellent. Yeah. On today's Twitch stream. Here, let's put the link in first, so I know how many characters I have left. join us as we raise money for a truck rental. We raise money to rent a truck that we'll need for prospecting. In Wyoming this June. We're already how far in? What is our total thus far? 626.14, which puts us at we're over $600 in. Fiona the T-Rex, thank you for the $50 donation there. Holy cow, really appreciate that.
Just through Mesozoic Research Center $50 for vehicle rental and insurance.
We'll need that insurance, I think. Pulling stunts like that. Fiona, thank you for the $50. Holy moly. Here, give me a second. Let me get this posted, and then I'll put the keys in the truck and drive it forward a little bit. But thank you, Fiona. I really appreciate that. Extraordinary. We've already got how much? What's our total right now? Before somebody makes me change it. 676.14. For the already got $676.14 from generous viewers. And we're just beginning. Actually, let's make that a 5. There we go. Go. Wyoming and Laramidian themed miscellanea on the wall behind me. Running to a truck fundraiser thermometer, which is rapidly filling up. There we go. It looks good. Let's post it. Paleontologizing.
Hold on to your butts.
Post. Excellent. Here is a link to that post if you'd like to interact with it for whatever reason. If you happen to be on Blue Sky. Phenomenal. And I went to get you a copy of Life Through the Ages, but somehow it beefed it and it sent it to my place. Is there a place I can mail this to? Yeah, I've got the P.O. Box address there. Thank you, Fiona the T-Rex. It's very generous. Holy cow. Thank you, kindly. That's very, very thoughtful, and I really appreciate it. Did we move the truck forward by $50? I don't think we have yet. Let's do that now. Excellent.
Pachycephalosaurus.
Master Salsa.
Master underscore Salsa is helping Mesozoic Research Center find dinosaurs with their $10 donation.
Thank you, Master Salsa. Really appreciate that. We got to move the truck forward again. Let's do it. Excellent. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Excellent. We're not doing Metazoa today. I did that earlier because I wanted to provide more time for fundraising today. I got it in 5 guesses. Pretty proud of myself for that. And Eat of the Two-Eye Pie, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow, it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you, Eat of the Two-Eye Pie. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome. Here, let me introduce you and any new folks to the channel here. Before I tell you about our special fundraiser that we're doing. This is being a little squirrely. What's going on here, YouTube? Weird. The UI on YouTube is all messed up. Bizarre. There we go. Here's me. This is what we're all about here.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
We'll be out there in Wyoming again at the beginning of June. That's what we're raising money for.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Go. Watch out. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. The fieldwork part of this adventure, for us, starts beginning in June, when I'll be out there in Wyoming. And that's what we're raising money for today. We need an additional truck to rent for this year's fieldwork in Wyoming. We're going to have a larger crew, and with a larger crew comes more costs, frankly. It should hopefully mean we can get more work done, excavate more dinosaurs, collect more data, find other non-dinosaur critters too. Turtles and fossil fish, fossil sharks and skates and rays and guitarfish, mammals and lizards and maybe even a pterosaur. Who knows? We'll get into the faunal stuff in a little bit, but yeah, we need a truck, an additional truck, so we can have a crew of scouts go out while everybody else is doing excavations and find additional sites. We're trying to open up a keyhole into what this ancient ecosystem was like. What are its inhabitants? The animals and the plants, too. In many ways, we're still kind of in the exploratory phases of this. We're doing proper excavations, of course, but we're still finding new sites all over the place, and it's a really exciting time. But we need another vehicle for that this year.
Pachycephalosaurus.
And Boogie's Bungalow, thank you.
Bungalow is helping Mesozoic Research Center find dinosaurs with their $10 donation.
Thank you, Boogie's. Really appreciate that. Here, let's pull our truck forward a little bit. There we go. That'll do it. Good stuff. Thank you, Boogie's Bungalow. Do you ever excavate with dynamite? There's legitimately a site where we were thinking about doing that this year, Lilith Spartan. but we need special permits for that, and it's probably just not worth the trouble. Instead, we're going to try and use some like masonry equipment, feather wedges and things like that, and mallets. That sort of thing can be as effective as dynamite without being as much of a headache. So yeah, but there is one particular site, the Ceratopsian site, where we've got a tremendous amount of overburden to remove.
Petrodactylus donated $40 for Mesozoic Research Center to rent a vehicle. And
holy moly!
get insurance.
Petrodactylus, $40 there.
Well, I could compensate you by fully funding your truck.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Harry Freebie.
Freebie just spared no expense. Not even $100 for Mesozoic Research Center.
Thank you, Harry Freebie. Holy moly. We gotta move our truck forward by $140 now, thanks to you and Petrodactylus there. Thank you. Holy cow. Extraordinary. What are we at right now? $836. Brilliant. Am I calculating this out right? I guess so. Holy cow. Yeah. Wanted to even out my overall donation total. I appreciate that more than you know, Petrodactylus. And here, before I forget, we gotta do incentives here. I haven't even got to talk about the science or anything yet. But, here. Anybody who donates $50 or more will get a special... a special reward. Fossil site name input for a $50 or greater donation. I'm going to say contribution. Donors may pick. Yeah. Pick a name of their choice to be used as the official documented moniker for a paleontological site in Wyoming. That can be named just about anything. Name it to honor a friend or loved one. A favorite pet. Pop culture or video game reference, or whatever suits your fancy. This name will be on the holy cow, Starmy, thank
Sam
you.
_006 just trolled us $25 closer to our vehicle goal for Mesozoic Research Center.
Thank you, Starmy. Holy cow. Here, thank you, Starmy, for upping your donation there. Fantastic. Here, let's pull the truck forward a little bit. Excellent. As Danny's field crew discovers new fossil sites in June of 2026, everything from turtle shell fragments to fossil leaves to maybe even a bone bed of multiple dinosaur skeletons. They'll need names for each site discovered, for each site found, we'll say. Just giving sites serial numbers is honestly kind of boring. So paleontological crews usually come up with memorable names for each site. Now's your chance to contribute to... Well, here. You already know this if you're watching this. Well, no, actually, now's your chance to contribute to paleontology in a direct and material way. Well, getting your name into the official scientific literature if/when we publish a paper on any of the sites we worked this summer, as well as on our official government permits, site logs, etc. Examples of amusing/interesting past site names. Hadley's Hope. Spencer named this. Reference to the film Aliens. Comrade Simon, thank you for the $25 donation there. Tearing into
Comrade
it.
Simon just took a $25 bite out of our vehicle goal.
Thank you, Comrade Simon. Really appreciate that. Here, let's drive our truck forward a little bit. Excellent. Yeah. I'm not gonna put Leggy Blonde. Even though that is the name of our... I don't want it to be like in the official write-up. Let's say, business time. Let's see. A crew member named this... I think it was an Overaptor. Well, it was a microsite. I forget. I don't really remember. Name this site after a... Part of the Concord song. Okay. So we will do a short answer here. What's your Twitch username? How much did you donate? $50. US dollars or more gets you naming rights to one site. Thank you for the 19 months there, Comrade Simon. Really appreciate that. And Little Pig Pony, thank you for the $25 donation. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Little
Extraordinary.
Pony just took a $25 bite out of our vehicle goal.
Here. Excellent. Excellent. Site name, you choose. Short answer. And notes, explanation, comments, thoughts, etc. Paragraph. Excellent. That one is required. That one is required, and Twitch username is required. I will be cross-referencing this. This is kind of an honor system sort of thing. I'm trusting people to be honest, but I will be verifying that people actually did make a donation. Because I don't want anybody gaming the system too much, you know? Yeah. All right. Publish. Hang on a second. Why isn't this working? I gotta do it with my other account real quick. I'll just copy and paste everything. This will take just a moment here. There we go. Form. Here we go. Short answer. Thank you. Fake 2D020.
Just rolled us $25 closer to our vehicle goal for Mesozoic Research Center.
Thank you very much, Fake. Really appreciate that. Here, let's roll our vehicle forward. Excellent. Good stuff. Holy cow. Phenomenal. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Alright. Site name you choose. Oops, that's not going to be multiple choice. It's going to be short answer. And notes, explanation, comments, thoughts, etc. There you go. Site name, donation amount, Twitch username are all required. But notes, comments, explanation, etc. not required. Good stuff. Let's go ahead and publish that, and I'll give you the link. Excellent. There it is right there in the chat. Open it up to see if it works. And, oh, and thank you, Petrodactylus. I haven't had a chance to look at that yet. I apologize, but you're on top of it. I'm impressed, Petrodactylus. Well done. Holy cow. Thank you. Fantastic. Yeah. So, if any of you did already contribute $50 or more, go ahead and fill out that form right now. And if anybody was watching earlier and had to tune out, I'll take a look at, let's see, we're an hour into the stream, I'll make note of that. Let's see. Check who donated before 1 hour mark. I've got a note there. Excellent. Beautiful. Let's make a command real quick. Here on Nightbot. Oop. Let's see. If you donate $50 or more, fill out this form to have your fossil site to name your 2026 fossil site. Or no. To submit your chosen name for a 2026 fossil site. Fossil site in Wyoming this summer. There we go. 50 name is going to be the command. There's the link. Create. Excellent. So again, we're not naming a dinosaur, we're not naming a new genus or species of anything. It's the site at which this thing will be found that gets a name. Some of the sites that we worked last year were the Ceratopsian site, which doesn't really have a strong name. There's the Purple Puzzle Hadrosaur site, Purple Puzzle. There's Scattered Plain is a different one. There is, goodness, you can tell why we're like asking for names for some of these sites, because generally the person who finds the site gets to name it, which is kind of how the rules work as we've engineered things. But the people who've been finding the most sites, people like Logan, are not super keen on naming them. It's not like his favorite part. His favorite part is the discovery, you know? He doesn't really care that much about the name. But having a really good name is really important. Like, it's fun and interesting and memorable. So yeah. Okay, Sarah, that's a great one, Charlie's Dragon. I have that as, I came up with a list of names at one point. For fossil sites. Possible site names. Here we go. Yeah. Hunger Trike for a Triceratops site. Trikepocalypse now. Moby Duck for a Hadrosaur. for a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Premarital Rex. You can tell why I never used some of these. Yeah. Pinball Lizard, if we find a lizard site. I guess it could work for any kind of terrestrial reptile. Or a mosasaur. It'd be a great mosasaur name. But, and then just like random ones. Bovine University. When I grow up, I'm going to Bovine University. Stuff like that. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, is that command working? Is the link working? An interesting honor do it. Okay, okay. Yeah. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Superb. Yeah. Writer's block. There you go, ended. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, racking your brain over a name? No worries. And you don't have to pick one either. Nobody will be mad at you if you don't. So don't feel any pressure to do that. It's just a fun thing. Like, if you want to just contribute and not have to rack your name for a brain, rack your brain for a name. And no worries. Yeah. But I figured it'd be a fun incentive, and it's a way to get people excited and interested in what we're doing. Yeah. And submit another name if you can think of one. Holy cow! Boss the Tarantula? Thank you for the $50 donation there.
Mesozoic Research Center $50 for vehicle rental and insurance.
Thank you, Voss. Really appreciate that. Superb. Here. Move our truck forward by, $50 there. Excellent. Thank you. Superb. And go for, yeah, Starmy, just put a note in the notes thing. It's all good. Yeah. Claire, I like what you replied here. Yeah. This may or may not be one of our alerts. We'll see. Yeah. Excellent. Couldn't resist. I appreciate it, Claire. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about what we're doing in Wyoming and why this is scientifically important stuff. I want to point everybody first off to our playlists from previous years, if you'd like to see some of our fieldwork and how that all went down. We've got, I think, 3 or 4 different Wyoming playlists here. There we go. Wyoming Summer 2025. Wyoming Summer 2024. And Wyoming Summer 2023. Excellent.
Does mining/quarrying yield many fossil finds? You mean like a commercial mine or quarry? Yeah, some of the first dinosaur fossils ever published scientifically were from quarries in England.
Short. Let's go back to our full-on. I gotta click. Here we go. View full playlist rather than play. Excellent. Here we go. Let's go back to where, right at the beginning, where I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. There we go. Good stuff. Here we are.
We're trying to be a little bit cagey about the fact that there's dinosaurs in this area because we don't want poachers coming through and messing things up.
That's why I'm not saying exactly where these sites are.
We're here on federal land, but not everybody is so scrupulous.
Oh, and Petractylus, I think 2 names is fine.
That's good.
Yeah, if people want to donate $100,
The vision is based on movement, says Clipper.
submit 2 names if you've got them.
Anyway, let's
Why not?
let's go take a look at the quarry, shall we? This is a few miles away from where we were digging earlier. This is pretty far from camp. Pretty far from all the other sites that I've worked so far here in the late Cretaceous almond formation. But yeah. There's our satellite dish and solar panel and solar battery.
And yeah, the Starlink really kept cutting out a bunch last summer. I hope it's better this
small
year.
crew today. As we're just starting to open this site up. We've got Eric and we've got
Paralititis is poaching common.
Already got some bones exposed, which is really
Lucky for us, in this area where we've been working, there's like hardly anybody knows that there's vertebrate fossils out here. And so yeah, we're pretty lucky in that regard. But in places like the Hell Creek Formation, poaching is rampant. Parts of the Judith River Formation too. Yeah, it's not pretty.
Whoa!
Sorry.
And so we're looking
He
at these
said crummy.
pieces.
It's fine.
Yeah, and then we are on Earth that, and we might be bone, not too sure, and then we kind of got this, which is definitely bone.
Nice.
And it looks like it's going into the hillside.
Excellent.
And it looks like maybe.
So this is a big duckbill dinosaur. These critters right here. Just repainted this morning, but this is a model of Edmontosaurus. From the latest Cretaceous of North America, Edmontosaurus annectens from like the Hell Creek Lands formations. We've got a similar duckbill dinosaur. Well, a similar one. We've got like half a dozen similar ones. Holy cow, so far. There's this one from the Purple Puzzle site. There's oh. And thank you, Trek Nerd, for the 64 months of support. Really appreciate that, Trek Nerd. Thank you for helping keep me here online. Continuing to do this science outreach. Wouldn't be possible without good folks like you, Trek Nerd, so thank you very much. We will be returning to this site again this year because we've got basically like the middle third of a duckbill dinosaur there. Almost certainly a new species and genus. That's the thing, is this particular geological formation has how many dinosaurs named from it? Some of you already know this. How many different dinosaurs named from the Almond Formation of western Wyoming? The answer is 0. So every dinosaur that we find is almost guaranteed to be a new genus or species. Because there's hardly any dinosaurs that are known from this particular point in time, maybe none. And none from this particular place and time. There is a chance that maybe some of the sites that we're digging at, they might overlap temporarily with, say, the Coahuila Formation in Mexico, or maybe some of like the early Maastrichtian sites throughout North America, but we think, and we're working on establishing this beyond a shadow of a doubt, we think that basically this slice of time that we've got is new. So we're very excited about that. We have every indication so far that that's true. So what's the age? Campanian Maastrichtian boundary for Allotitan. We're trying to like pin down an actual numeric date based on like relative dating. We think we're Campanian Maastrichtian boundary, but we don't have a hard number on it yet. 73 million years ago has been tossed around in a few places in some of the plant literature, but we're looking to actually get some ash dates so that we can have a nice hard number there. 73 is what we've been working with, but there's a big error bar around that. Saranlin, thank you for
Saranlin's
the
helping
$10
Mesozoic
donation
Research
there.
Center find dinosaurs with their $10 donation.
Thank you. Dinosaurs might end up finding us. Thank you, Saranlin. Here, let's, And Schmeng, thank you for the $25.
$25 closer to our vehicle goal for Mesozoic Research Center.
Phenomenal. We are 50% of the way there now. Holy cow. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Here, let's scoot things forward by $35. Excellent. Thank you. Schmang, that's getting us that much closer to our vehicle goal. Phenomenal. Really appreciate that. Yeah. What's the name of the camel tooth site in Irvingtonia? Fremont, California, Clarebrick. Fremont. I don't know if it has a name. And thank you, Sega 4635.
4,635 is helping tear into our vehicle goal with their $15 donation.
Thank you, Sega. And let's scoot it forward a little bit more. Excellent. Holy cow. Another one. Misadventures in Astro. Well.
Adventures in Astro just pulled us $50 closer to our goal for Mesozoic Research Center.
Thank you, Misadventures in Astro. That means you get naming rights to a site there. Fantastic. And Kennedy 104, thank you for the $35 donation.
104 just got Mesozoic Research Center $35 closer to being able to afford a vehicle rental and insurance.
Thank you,
we will probably
Kennedy.
need it.
Thank you very much for those $35, Kennedy. By the way, I happen to get what seems like maybe a Taco Bell gift card in the mail. Could that be from you, Kennedy? I haven't opened it yet. Phenomenal. Yeah. Thank you, Kennedy. So we gotta pull it forward another $85? Shoot.
Before Fluffernut just rolled us $20 closer to our vehicle goal for Mesozoic Research
Fluff, thank you
Center.
very, very much. Shoot. Again. Superb.
The underscore cat just rolled us $25 closer to our vehicle goal for Mesozoic Research Center.
Miko the cat, holy moly. That truck is gonna wear out the starter. Good thing it's a rental. Are those city or highway miles? City. Thank you. And let's take a look at this. Kennedy, thank you. This is gonna help keep me fed while I'm out on the road this summer. Really appreciate this. Yeah, thank you very much. $30 Taco Bell donation there. Taco Bell gift card donation. I'm stuck in fundraising mode. Thank you, Kennedy. Keep me from going hungry. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. I'll add this to my account. Superb. Excellent. Yeah. So anyway, if you want to see the kind of work that we'll be doing in Wyoming, well, you can tune in live for my live streams in June, and you can check out the playlist. Here's me out there. And Cepheid Variable, thank you for the 40 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here on the air.
Excellent.
Good stuff.
And Stormer wants at Museum of the Rockies. It's really cute.
Is it a hatchling or?
No, it's the torso's about this long.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is Montana Ceratops? Who am I talking about here?
You get Montosaurus specimens. There are Crimson absolutely. Yeah.
You don't get Montosaurus.
There's a baby one at Museum of the Rockies. It's really cute.
Yeah. Anyway, here's our fieldwork streams from Wyoming last year. Claire Burr put together a playlist for us. There you go. Yeah. Claire says, to look out and see for miles is so crazy to me. That's what it's like out there in Wyoming, you know? Here's our work at Turtle Hill.
Let's see, so is this top and this is the bottom?
I could compensate you by fully funding your truck.
Neolithic.
Yeah. Okay.
Holy cow.
Neolithic Fool just spared no expense. Not even $300 for Mesozoic Research Center.
Holy moly, Neolithic Fool. Thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. 300 big ones. Yeah, for a further 3 years indeed. Neolithic, thank you for your support for paleontological fieldwork and research and fossil prep and transport and everything else. $300! Holy cow. What does it take us to there, I think? Extraordinary. And thank you, Trek Nerd, for the $64 there. Well.
Trek Nerd just threw Mesozoic Research Center $64 for vehicle rental.
Holy moly. Extraordinary. Well, we're at like $2,500 total, I think, with Petrodactylus' 900 plus from the other week. Check that out. The banner says 1530. I know, Sir Onland, but we had a prior, what was it, 950 from Petrodactylus? So what does this say right here? 1530 plus 950 is 2480. So we're not quite at 2400. Let's pull things back just a little bit here. There we go. That'll do it. Phenomenal. 941. Thank you, Petrodactylus. Excellent. Yeah. Superb. Anyway. With that ash cloud, imagine trying to breathe. Says Michael, are you talking about the end Cretaceous extinction event? I mean, there's so much more than just ash and dust and soot to worry about. But yeah. Unless you're talking about ash dates from volcanic eruptions, because that's also a big thing. In order to get a layer of ash that we can date, there would have had to be a tremendous amount of volcanic ash thrown up into the atmosphere. Thank you, Galaxy Greg, for the $50 there.
Galaxy Greg won just through Mesozoic Research Center $50 for vehicle rental and insurance.
Thank you for the $50 there, Galaxy Greg. Really appreciate that. Holy moly. Thank you for supporting science outreach, science education, well, scientific fieldwork, in this case. I'm in my normal spiel where I'm going, oh, thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. But no, you're making a direct contribution to paleontological fieldwork to go out and find new species of dinosaur, new species of turtle, possibly. Turtles are slightly less likely. They tend to be a little bit more widespread. They have a better record than dinosaurs. Maybe new fish, plants, mammals potentially. But dinosaurs are what I get excited about. Let's pull our goal forward by $65.
Here into our vehicle goal with their $15 donation.
Thank you, Dr. Tara. Really appreciate that. Excellent. And Christeners, the weird thing is we found hardly any Champsosaur material at all for Allotype. It's bizarre. We would expect to find champs left and right, but like, I think we've got like maybe a couple vertebrae, and that's it. Bonkers. Really strange. All right, let's move this forward. There we go. Excellent. Yeah. How are you doing? How are you doing? This is Mini Pie right here, one of my landlords. Just come to check in. M. Charles, thank you for the Prime there. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Thanks for spending your Prime here. Appreciate it. Holy cow, we are pretty awesome. This is, I'm deeply impressed. Neolithic, $300. I could get you like 6 site names if you want. Phenomenal. But yeah, how are you doing, Mini Pie? You having a good day? You will not be getting a cut of those donations. Those go directly to the Mesozoic Research Center. But that's okay. Oh yeah. Here, let's get you some treats. Would you like that? Time to pay rent?
Charles 28 just took a $5 bite out of our vehicle goal.
Thank you, M. Charles. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Excellent. We'll scooch our truck forward a scooch. Do you know I'm gonna eat these? Go for it. You're just gonna lick them? You're just gonna lick all of them. So I have to throw them all away after now. I can't put them back. There's cat saliva on them. The rest of they'll get moldy inside the bag. What is this self-sabotage? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's like you have to do it to each one. They're gonna get thrown away if you don't eat them. But thank you, M. Charles. Really appreciate your support. Excellent. Here, let's scooch the truck forward a titch. There we go. Excellent. Oh, a new walking whale. Very cool, Dr. Tara. I haven't heard about this yet. In nature, no less. Well. Oh, that's gonna be neat. We'll probably cover this maybe tomorrow. I'll see if I can grab the paper tomorrow when I'm in Berkeley, hopefully.
We just dug up a new skeleton. I could compensate you by fully funding your truck.
Charlie's Dragon.
Yeah. Okay.
You did not have to do that, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you.
Charlie's
Holy
Dragon
moly.
just spared no expense. Not even $100 for Mesozoic Research Center.
Charlie's Dragon, I am agog. Thank you very, very much. Let's pull that truck forward, $100. Holy cow. What are we at now just for this stream? $1,700 raised out of 2,000. I think we are gonna do it, Arthur. Do it. Holy moly, that is it is outstanding, Petrodactylus. Just incredible. Fantastic. Here, let me clean up the mess that Mini Pie made here, and we'll talk a little bit about. Oh, I gotta clean this up now because here comes Sweetie Pie. I don't want her eating these. Well, here, let's. Oh, hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Good to see you here. Here is friend of the channel, Matt Lamana, talking about North American dinosaur paleontology here. Come on, you can do it, YouTube.
Hi, I'm Dr. Matt Lamana, Associate Curator of Vertebrate Paleontology here at Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh. I'm really happy to be presenting at the Iron Range Science and Engineering Festival. The Cretaceous period was the third and final time period of the Mesozoic era.
So, Matt Lamana, some of you might recognize Matt from last year's and the year before's live streams in Wyoming. So he joins us out there in the field, and his museum, the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, has been kind enough to partner with us and act as one of our repositories. So all of the fossils that we excavate out there in Wyoming come from public land, federal land, so they belong to we the people of the United States. They belong in a museum. They have to be held in a museum in the public trust. That's how we get our permits, because these fossils are scientific specimens. Our permits require all the things that we find to go to a museum. But that requires money, it requires space, it requires personnel to accession those fossils, those specimens. So Matt Lamana has been working with us, and some of the fossils that we've been excavating are going to Pittsburgh. So we're very proud to partner with them, and yeah, I love this clip because Matt is one of my favorite people, and yeah, really nice little kind of blurb here about the work that we're doing in Wyoming, about dinosaurs of North America from the end of the Cretaceous.
Commonly known as the Age of Dinosaurs. It extended from 145 to 66 million years ago, a span of 79 million years. The continent of North America, on which I'm standing, was home to a diverse array of dinosaurs throughout the entire Cretaceous.
Yep.
However, around 100 million years ago, at the dawn of an epoch, or subdivision of the Cretaceous known as the Late Cretaceous.
I can't believe we're like nearly 2 hours into the stream and we still haven't really talked about this. But this is approximately where we are working. So at the in the Late Cretaceous, not the very end, but like the Campanian-Maastrichtian boundary. So like toward the very, very end of the Age of Dinosaurs, but not the very tail end, not yet. This is what North America looked like. Wyoming is about right here, and it was on the shore of an ancient inland sea, the Western Interior Seaway.
Warm global temperatures and correspondingly high sea levels led to the flooding of the North American Midwest by a shallow sea called the Western Interior Seaway.
So the rocks that we're digging in Wyoming are very clearly coastal. So we have some marine rocks, we have a lot of terrestrial rocks, and we have some that seem to be a transitional zone. So like an estuarine environment, an estuary, a delta, you know, marginal marine going into terrestrial. We've got things that are clearly like ripple marks from like an ancient nearshore environment. We're right there on the shoreline of the Western Interior Sea in the rocks that we're digging in Wyoming.
The Western Interior Seaway was home to a diversity of marine creatures, including those shown here. Shelled, squid-like animals called ammonites, numerous fish species, predatory aquatic reptiles such as plesiosaurs and mosasaurs, sea turtles, diving birds, and more, all of which are known from fossils found in areas that today are dry land, such as Kansas, South Dakota, and the Canadian province of Manitoba.
And Wyoming.
But despite the fact that it was a marine habitat and non-avian, aka non-bird, since birds are evolutionarily speaking a kind of dinosaur, dinosaurs were almost exclusively land-living animals. The Western Interior Seaway had a profound effect on the evolution of dinosaurs too. At its greatest extent, around 90 million years ago, the seaway was several hundred miles wide and stretched from what's now Alaska to what's now the Gulf of Mexico. In so doing, it divided North America into two gigantic islands, Laramidia in the west and Appalachia in the east. The late
And we're good, Claire. We don't need
Cretaceous
I appreciate
dinosaurs
it.
of the western landmass of Laramidia are among the world's best known and include such famous species as Triceratops, Anzu, Pachycephalosaurus, and of course, T-Rex. Their counterparts from Appalachia, on the other hand, the dinosaurs that lived at the end of the Age of Dinosaurs in places such as Pennsylvania, Minnesota, and pretty much everywhere else east of the North American Great Plains, mostly remain a mystery.
And they're going to remain a mystery for the rest of this stream, too, because we're not talking about them. We're talking about dinosaurs from Laramidia. I love this little diagram here. In fact, actually, do I have it here on my desktop? I think I do. A second here. I don't think I've deleted this yet. Beautiful. Laramidia. Love this little illustration. This is lovely. So this is the western part of North America. So Wyoming is about right there. So we're gonna tie this into Matt's presentation here. This here in the west is Laramidia. This here in the east is Appalachia. Wyoming is about right there. So come on. There we go. Let's go back to about 90 million years ago. It's the closest we're going to get. So here is the state of Wyoming. Now, the Western Interior Seaway had expanded and contracted many times during the Cretaceous. You know, the only change on planet Earth is... or the only constant is change, rather. And so when the Seaway expanded out here to western Wyoming, it inundated part of our field area. Again, we're right here on the coast in Wyoming. But this is what we're talking about here. This is Laramidia. And here are not necessarily the exact genera or species of dinosaurs that we expect to find out there. We expect to find new ones. But this is a nice representation of the different groups of dinosaur that we find there. So we already have a few of these. We already have big duck-billed dinosaurs, kind of Griposaurus-like, or maybe Critosaurus-like. We've got several sites with these guys. And we have one ceratopsid site, and then we have one ankylosaur site. We're not totally sure yet if it's a nodosaur, like Edmontonia, or whether it's an ankylosaurid, like Euplocephalus. But we know that we have an armored dinosaur there. We also have tantalizing bits and pieces of tyrannosaurs, of kind of indeterminate ornithischian dinosaurs. Could be pachycephalosaurs, could be ceratopsians like Ceratops or Leptoceratops. And then we've got plenty of fossils of plants, lots of microvertebrates, lizards, turtles, frogs, crocs. Not really much Champsosaur material yet, which again is weird. But we've even got a piece of a mammal from last year, which we are stoked about. Mammals are extraordinarily rare and precious little things. They were kind of barely hanging on in a world ruled by the dinosaurs, it seems, in the late Cretaceous. At least that's the impression we get in these rocks. We've had one single tooth of a mammal found in, so far, I think 6 years of prospecting. But anyway, this is a nice little roster. The different critters that we expect to find out there. So we still have yet to find a good skeleton of a Tyrannosaur, or an Oviraptorosaur, or a Dromaeosaur, or a Troodontid, or a Thessaliosaur, or a Dromine. We still don't have a oh man, it would be cool to get a Pterosaur. Flying reptiles. Lordy! Holy moly! Well.
Lordy just threw Mesozoic Research Center $50 for vehicle rental and insurance.
Thank you, Lordy. Really appreciate that. Here, let's pull our truck forward a little bit. There we go. Up to that $2,700 mark. Phenomenal. Thank you, Lordy. You get to name a site too if you want to fill out the form. Superb. You could name it Sweetie Pie Land if you wanted to. Oh yeah. Would you like that, sweetie? Would you like that? Oh, do you want a fossil site named after you? From ancient Laramidia? I think you might. Oh. Maybe the cat house. There you go, Lordy, yeah. I do live in the cat house, don't I? Went to cat camp. Yeah. Good stuff. Excellent. The pie sites. This is Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, maybe. Can't just name it after one of the landlords. I think I might be forced to. We'll see. They're real movers and shakers around here, to the point where they like move the cameras. Huh, Sweetie Pie? You pushing things around? Again, I gotta show my hands so you know that I'm not moving this. What are you doing? Essential camera adjustments. Apparently, Pate. She's such an auteur. Are you an artist? Does this suit your creative vision, Sweetie Pie? Aww. Yeah, it's true, Tasty JK. It's true. What are you doing? What are you looking at? Anyway, what were we talking about? Heard mammal and excitement. There you go, Paralitite. Yeah. Yeah, do we have... I don't know if that got clipped last year. But, it might have been from this stream, actually.
We're kind of just drawing lines in the sand and saying, okay, this is when we're deciding that sharks show up.
Yeah.
And so...
Well, unless it's, like, within the crown group versus not.
Yeah.
But...
I mean, that's a common definition.
Yeah.
For a lot of...
So this is Fisher McDarmid.
Definitions for mammals is everything
colleague of mine.
That's after the crown.
We call him my son.
That's a mammal.
My only begotten
That's fair.
son.
At least that's like an objective thing. It's not arbitrary. Sure. At least, I mean, it is arbitrary to draw the line there, but that is at least an objective thing that you can point to.
Yeah.
I know in John Long's book, The Secret History of Sharks.
And you can add them up, Dr. Terra.
All cartilaginous fishes. I think all chondrichthyans he refers to as sharks. But
I mean, yeah, that is.
But it's a popular book, written for a popular audience.
But that is a theoretical definition that you could have.
Sure.
If you decide to say, okay, all sharks are cartilaginous fish, but that would also mean that rays are sharks, which is not, a commonly held.
Fisher answering the mammal questions.
Oh, and we got a mammal phylogeny question already from Cliff Alistair McLean. When did hair or fur evolve?
So there are suspected hairs found in coprolites from non-mammalian therapsids all the way back in the Permian, which is right before the period where the dinosaurs emerged in the Triassic. So this is roughly 255 million years old, 253, like that coming
So
from
right before the Permian extinction.
Yeah, these large
Nice.
predatory therapsids.
Thank you, Captain Observer. I think
they were chowing down on cynodonts and dicynodonts and.
Who probably had fur.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Nice.
likely. So it was. My guess is that they're probably from cynodonts. Other ideas.
Fishers are a resident mammal guy.
And taking up hair off of their pelt, kind of like a cat would.
Interesting.
And they're fur ball, like the remnants of a fur ball coming out the other end, or that they're whiskers, which are thought to be the first forms of hair that were evolved as sensory organs.
Mm-hmm. Don't we have evidence of whiskers in like burrowing cynodonts from the Permian?
And there are definitely like fenestrations within like the maxillary bones of a lot of cynodonts and even therocephalians, these other more derived therapsids. But there are similar pits that we find in lepidosaur skulls like snakes and lizards that serve other purposes. And obviously we don't see whiskers.
Do we have that mammal
lizards?
part?
So it's hard to say.
Yeah. Well, cool.
Let's see.
Almost certainly before the rise of actual true mammals, somewhere within non-mammalian cynodonts, or maybe even further back.
Yeah. Nice. Nice. That's
Ooh.
formation. Oh shoot! Do we have it to see?
We do.
Nice. Oh,
So this is extraordinary.
Terminator donated $40 for Mesozoic Research Center to rent a vehicle. And hopefully we'll get insurance.
Dr. Terminator, thank you. That brings you up to $50, doesn't it? We can also drive our truck forward. To right there. Excellent. Thank you, thank you. Superb. Appreciate it, Dr. Taro. 50 plus, thank you, thank you. Excellent. Here, the first and only mammal fossil from this particular geological formation. And formations can span miles and miles, hundreds of miles sometimes. We're talking about like an assemblage. A geological formation is a mappable unit of rocks that correspond to deposition at one time and place in Earth history. So it could be like an entire depositional basin, maybe multiple basins like this, that basically you can point to it and go, here's what life was like, or here's what the rocks that were laid down, and here's the critters entombed within those rocks as fossils from a particular time and place in Earth history. So like, I don't know, if, say, you had fossils forming in the Louisiana Bayou today for like thousands upon thousands of years, maybe 1 million years or more, all the critters that lived and died and were preserved there would be part of one geological formation. So we're talking about a bunch of different ecosystems in a geological formation, usually. Here's the one and only mammal fossil that anyone has ever found in this entire formation. Here it is right here.
You're in for a treat, chat. This is the only scrap of Mesozoic mammal ever found in the almond. Is right there. Oh,
and polyps and jelly.
Just dropped $1 for Mesozoic Research Center.
Thank you, polyps and jelly, for the $1 donation. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Mesozoic mammal ever found in the almond is right there. Oh, and it's silhouetted against the paper towel. That's beautiful. Check that out.
So it's not really
smaller than a grain of rice.
That is a tiny little mammal tooth. So there's the root of it. There's the crown and the cusps right there. This is tiny, 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 because many, really most mammals during the age of dinosaurs were, shall we say, not very large. We're talking like Heterocodium is, honestly, it's small even by Mesozoic mammal standards. That's the entire skull right here. Those are the paired lower jaws that you see forming that upside-down V shape. It's the underside of the skull.
Rice is it a molar or a premolar?
It's a molar.
Molar of a multi-tuberculate mammal.
Yeah.
Just a tiny little piece right there that you're looking at is the only scrap of mammal ever found in this entire geological formation.
And that came from right here.
Yeah.
Fisher found it.
Super special. Holy
Just
cow.
A little bit to Danny's left.
Yeah, nice. It's right over here.
It's nuts.
Pretty neat. Breaking new ground here. This is good.
That alone might be worthy of a scientific paper there.
Yeah.
So this site here is called Turtle Hill. Again, a lot of our sites from this whole Central Lair Media project, our site names have not been particularly inspired. So I'm hoping that if folks who donate $50 or more want to contribute some names, I'm hoping there's some good ones we can really have fun with. Holy cow, the Turtle Hill site, this name is going to be in a bunch of different scientific papers. Because we have not only this little mammal, but we've got a bunch of excellent fish material from a big bowfin fish called Melvius. So it is, here we go, a bowfin. Like modern day Amia is the genus of modern bowfin. These fishes are still around today, but this one, Melvius, got big. We're talking about like 3 meters long, so like maybe 10 feet almost. Yeah. Lots of pieces from this critter. Lots of turtle pieces, hence the soft-shelled turtle on our wall today. Trionychid turtle. Lots of pieces of these guys, Trionychids. Make beautiful fossils. And they tend to disarticulate when they die, so like you find pieces of them all over the place. But I love soft-shelled turtles. They're pretty nifty. I like them. But yeah. And Murph says, question, we find lots of the big fish. Are the medium fish just not as well preserved? No, there's lots of pieces of the medium fish too. It's just that there was probably at least one big Melvius there, and it died, and we're probably finding a bunch of pieces of that one Melvius. The larger pieces are easier to find in the field. The smaller pieces, maybe even some of the medium-sized pieces, they might only show up when we're doing screen washing of the sediment to that site. So when we're working there at Turtle Hill, yeah, a lot of the strata that we've been collecting goes into these bags, and then the bags are taken back to the Mesozoic Research Center. And Ethan and co are going to be doing some screen washing, and well, actually, some of the bags are already in Minnesota, I think. I want to say some of Ray Rogers' crew has already been working on that. Some of his students have been picking through that matrix and finding all kinds of goodies in there. So they're going to find all kinds of small fish pieces there. I think they already have it. Yeah.
Just dug up a new skeleton. Well, I could compensate you by fully funding your truck.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Okay.
Bravo Alpha Echo. $500?
Alpha Echo just spared no expense. Not even $500 for Mesozoic Research Center.
Holy cow! I don't even know what to say. Holy moly, that gets us to our goal there and beyond. That is certainly worthy of some applause here. Holy cow. Thank you. Bravo, Alpha, Echo. Thank you. Holy moly, let's, $500. There's 50, another 50, another 50.
With their $15 donation.
That's it. Goal met and exceeded. Hoolery Schmoolery, thank you for the 15 there. Really appreciate that too. Going off the cliff. Yeah, that is extraordinary. Holy cow. We've exceeded the goal by $306.14 so far. I mean, fantastic. Should we up the goal? I mean, again, just bonkers. Incredible. Here, let's go ahead and modify that. Let's set that at 2,500. Because why not? Superb. You need gas money too, Michael. Yeah, we will. And this is gonna make such a big difference. Holy cow! I should text Ethan about this real quick. Messages app opens up. Maybe somebody helps on food, says Nabarm. Yeah. We also have the wish list there, too. Yeah. I'm running... I said, hey, Biggie, I'm running the truck fundraiser right now. And Hillary Schmillery, thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for growing with the channel here. Appreciate that. Yeah. Set the goal for $2,000 on top of Petrodactylus's 940. I'll let him respond, maybe, and then I'll drop the news that we've already exceeded the goal. Yeah. Oh, man. Anywho. But yeah. What's the plan with the extra money, says Starmy? It's going to go directly toward buying supplies and food for the crew. The thing is, the Mesozoic Research Center, which Ethan just established a few months ago, I think it was back in February. Here's the website. It's basically a placeholder at the moment. But this is basically like a special warehouse space that Ethan has rented in Salt Lake City. Heard he got a really good deal on it. And this is a storage space. There we go. For fossil jackets and stuff like that. So we don't have to pay for like offsite storage. It's also a prep space. So Ethan was actually able to hire on Luke from last year. You guys remember Luke? Coolhead Luke has been doing some fossil prep. So removing the matrix, the excess rock, dirt, and everything else from these fossil specimens so that we can more efficiently ship them to the museum in Cincinnati and the museum in Pittsburgh. Also, they've got a big backlog in their prep lab, so this stuff would just be sitting around. Now that Luke can prep these things sooner, that means research can start on them sooner. And that means we can get those papers published sooner. And we can announce some of these new dinosaurs to the world ever sooner. So we're very excited about that. But this is a photo of that space that Ethan has put together in Salt Lake City. So very excited about that. So any other funds that don't go directly toward our truck and toward gas will go toward other field expenses and toward helping clean these fossils and get them closer to publication for us. So very excited about that. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says, never know when things start to go over budget. Having some cushion funds is always a good thing when possible. Absolutely, yeah. Especially with fuel as expensive as it is right now. Here, this is a little while ago. I went on a long walk, as I like to do. And, I walked by a gas station. I'm like, I should take a picture of this. That seems a little expensive. Yeah, here we go. Regular gas, $6.29 a gallon. Oh boy, I know Chevron can be a little pricey. It's usually on the higher end of gas station prices. But yeah. And what's funny, I should have taken a picture yesterday, but it was up to like $6.59 for regular. It won't be this high in Wyoming. But yeah, I'm so glad I don't have a car, says Petrodactylus. I'm so glad I don't have to drive my car every day. In fact, it's been... Yeah, I think it's been over a week now since I've driven my car. I can go weeks or months without driving my car sometimes, which is really nice. It's the beauty of having public transit. Robust public transit where you live. Yeah. How much is that in normal numbers, says Perella Titan? In like normal times, gas would probably be like $4 something cents a gallon. Here in California, in the Bay Area. Here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area where I live. Things are... Cost of living is certainly higher here. But so is the pay. I don't know. Much more financially secure here than I ever was in Montana. Put it that way. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And that's nice, Petrodactylus, yeah. What a blessing to have robust public transit. 386 a gallon? I don't think I've seen gas for less than $4 a gallon for like years here in California. Yeah. And Kennedy says, meanwhile, the Europeans would think it's a bargain price. Yeah. Well, gasoline is heavily subsidized in the United States, as I understand it. Yeah, oil companies get a lot of federal money to keep prices down. Anyhow. So, yeah, this is $6.29 a gallon. Who knows? Fuel prices might go up this summer. Maybe it'll be like that in Wyoming this year. Who knows? But the contributions that people have so generously offered during this stream are really going to help us out. I appreciate that tremendously. So thank you, everybody. Ethan hasn't responded yet. What are we at right now? Let me tell him. Currently at 23:06:14. Excellent. And the Salamandias, yeah, it's just gonna keep going up. Yeah. 429 in Ohio of all places. Holy cow, I'm Charles. Yeah, here. I showed this earlier, but it's worth showing again. Here.
expected to hit record highs this week, which may already be forcing consumers nationwide to drink less gas.
$4.50 a gallon? I mean, come on, I can't afford to drink that.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I'm thirsty, but it's ridiculous.
With the national average price up by nearly 50 cents per gallon, gas drinkers
And
across the country
$6.29.
are looking to cut back on their gas
where I live.
congestion. Many, however, say that despite the high prices, they simply have no other choice.
I mean, what am I going to do? If I could drink electricity, I would.
And with high demand for chuggable petroleum only growing during the hot summer months, relief at the pump may be nowhere in sight. Coming up next...
Anyway. Yeah, things are bad out there. Let's talk a little bit more about Laramidia, about the Western Interior Seaway. We'll talk about faunal endemism, and we'll bring on, well, not bring on, I'll show a clip with Scott Sampson. If any of you have, or if any of you are parents, you might already be familiar with this guy, Scott Sampson. If you've ever heard of a program called Dinosaur Train. But here he is talking about this.
And it turns out they were exactly right, and it's worth the effort. So imagine now, if you could go back in time.
And so the audio here, they were recording this at the Burke Museum in Seattle. I think they did the best they could with their audio setup. So the audio is going to feel a little toasted here. That's not my fault. I just want you to know that.
76, 77 million years ago.
So this is a little bit older than the rocks that we're digging in, which we think are about 73, but it's still, we're waiting on exact numbers there.
What would it look like in Utah? Well, depending...
So Utah borders Wyoming. So Wyoming's the state immediately above Utah. And this is part of the same story that we're trying to unravel in Utah.
Depending on where you were and exactly when you were there.
In Dinosaur Planet, that's where I know Scott Sampson from. And in person too, but yeah, Paralititan.
Might look something like this. You could have had beautiful beachfront property in Utah that is just balmy. Somebody described it as wall-to-wall Jamaica, and I like that description. So you would have seen these giant pterosaurs, flying reptiles, you know, over your beachside house. And if
a house in this economy, Scott Sampson? Anyway, I'll show you a clip with this sort of environment that we're talking about. Here we go. Yeah, this is the kind of environment we're talking about.
Now, there are only 4. The island offers safety and the promise of food.
Yeah.
Giant 2-ton turtles are here to nest. But this is the one that has drawn him here. It's dead, and the tyrannosaur has smelt its rotting body.
So, palm trees, sea turtles, shorebirds, hermit crabs. This is the sort of critter that we're talking about living in this area.
Over 2,000 pounds of easy meat.
And Based Insider says must be why Utah state bird is the California gull. That's a story for another time, which I'm sure I'll be talking about. But anyway, this is the kind of environment that we're talking about here in Utah and in Wyoming at this time, in the late Cretaceous. Campanian-Maastrichtian boundary, Western Interior Seaway. This is what we're talking about. And if you were to go inland, as Scott Sampson said...
Pterosaurs, flying reptiles, you know, over your beachside house. And if you were to wander out in the backyard and head inland, you would see this kind of a look with big winding rivers going through the flatlands, heading towards mountains to the west of you. And if you were to zoom down into this swampy wetland, you would see a lot of different kinds of animals, including dinosaurs. So let's have a look at the panoply of dinosaurs we might look at. These are called the cows of the Cretaceous. They are duck-billed dinosaurs or hadrosaurs. They grew up to about 30 feet long at this time in this place.
We think some of the ones that we have might be bigger than this. I mean, we've got femurs that are enormous. We might be talking about, it could be pushing like 12, 13 meters. Like maybe over 40 feet long for some of these duckbills that we've been excavating. Yeah. And was the Wiss a shallow sea? Kind of equivalent to like maybe the Mediterranean or the Caribbean today, Murph. Yeah, so like not... There would have been some parts that would have been fairly deep, but there wouldn't have been any like big oceanic trenches or anything like that. We're not talking about like plate boundary stuff. It's, you know, it's just sea levels rose. So like much of the Western Interior Seaway would be less than 1,000 feet deep. Most of it would probably be like a few hundred feet deep or shallower, I think. That's my understanding. Yeah. Niffler says, Danny, as you won't be streaming on Friday the 8th of May, could we celebrate Sir David Attenborough turning 100 a day early on the 7th? Maybe, Niffler, but that's also my streamiversary too, so maybe we'll do both. Yeah, when is that, by the way? What day of the week? Oh, I've got that on here. Tomorrow's World Tapir Day, by the way. Excited for that. Let's see. Yeah, Thursday the 7th. Yeah. This will be a big day for us anyway. The 6th annual Streamiversary special. Especially since last year we didn't even do this. We missed our 5-year blowout, so we gotta make sure this year's is particularly big. But, yeah. But David Attenborough's birthday, May 8th. The true King of England. Could do Attenborough on the 11th, too. That actually might be a great idea there, Charlie's Dragon. It might be. Yeah. Anywho. But Scott Simpson's going to be talking about some stuff that's particularly relevant to our work in Wyoming.
We found dozens of skeletons of these things, most of them with skin attached to them. Incredible creatures.
You flatter me, my goodness.
Dinosaurs as well on the wandering around these wetlands.
We have those in Wyoming.
The particular one is a really weird one that was found up in Montana, but they all have
Rubeosaurus, I think.
Bony.
Yeah, Rubeosaurus right here. Originally thought to be a Styracosaurus, but this one I think is Rubeosaurus earlier or later than Styracosaurus? I forget. Although hasn't been sunk into Styracosaurus. Consider its own genus or a species of Styracosaurus, or even a specimen of S. albertensis again since 2020. That is one of the tricky things about dinosaurs from the late Cretaceous is there's a lot of argument over which ones are valid taxa and which ones are synonyms of other ones. Are we talking about the same kind of dinosaur? Are we talking about different species? Because you can have a lot of individual variation, you can have stratigraphic variation, you can have ontogenetic variation. There's lots of different ways that an individual dinosaur specimen can look different. So when do you know that you're actually talking about different species, especially when you have very limited evidence? It gets tricky, and that's part of what Scott Simpson's going to talk about here.
Attached to them. Incredible creatures. There are horned dinosaurs as well on the wandering around these wetlands. This particular one is a really weird one that was found up in Montana, but they all have these bony bells and whistles coming off their heads. There are dome-headed dinosaurs called pachycephalosaurs, and these are not the Einsteins of the dinosaur world. That is solid bone in there. The The brain is much smaller than my fist. They're not...
And holy cow, Filippo, how are you doing? Congrats on the donated funds for the field trip. Thank you, Filippo. Wonderful to see you, by the way. I hope you had an excellent weekend. It's good to see you. And what's the field work about? We're going back out there to Wyoming. We've got a huge crew this year. We need another vehicle that we're going to rent. So that's why we've got our truck right there. We need to rent a second truck for our prospecting team to go out and find some additional sites. We've already got our hands full with all these dinosaurs that we found in previous years. We've got at least one new genus and species of hadrosaur, we think. Could be multiple. We need to prep them in the lab to see what we've got. We've got a ceratopsid that we've got to continue working at. Hopefully more of it is in the hill. We've got an ankylosaur site that's yielding not only an ankylosaur, an armored dinosaur, but also a bunch of fossil fishes and some turtles and croc pieces and stuff like that. And who knows what else we're going to find. We would expect to find a whole bunch of different critters. Given that this is the late Cretaceous of North America. Where did that go? Laramidia. Here we are. Excellent. Yeah. So we know there should be dromaeosaurs and troodontids and leptoceratopsids, and probably orodromines or thescelosaurs in this environment. We know there's tyrannosaurs. We've got a few tantalizing pieces. We would expect them to be there, and we found a few scraps, but not a skeleton yet. We have some things that could be Oviraptorosaur, but we definitely have ceratopsids, ankylosaurs, and hadrosaurs out the wazoo. Hadrosaurs are the most common thing we've been finding so far, dinosaur-wise. But not a single dinosaur has been named from this formation. Barnum Brown was working there in the 1930s. He found a bunch of stuff, never named any of it, never published on any of it. So it's a new frontier. We've been very lucky to find stuff over the past 5 or 6 years. Ethan Cowgill is the driving force behind this. And this year, he's put together a non-profit enterprise, the Mesozoic Research Center. That's what we're raising funds for today. So all of the donations are tax deductible. And for a $50 or more donation, you can submit a name for one of our sites. When we find new dinosaur sites, new turtle sites, new croc sites, fish sites, plant sites, etc., they need names. If you donate $50 or more, you can submit a name that we'll choose for one of the sites. Try and find one that seems appropriate so that everybody likes it. I don't know. If you have a name that references tyrannosaurs, we'll try and use it for a tyrannosaur site if we find one. That kind of thing. So yeah. Very exciting. And you'll be back into doing fieldwork after 4 years. Last time was Niger. Oh, wow. But can't disclose it yet. That's really exciting, Filippo. Holy cow. Congrats. Very excited for you. Hope you find some good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. And King96, thank you for the follow there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Boney McBoneface. I mean, you totally could name it that, Gamers Tavern Show. Yeah. Yeah. Not Europe, not America. Interesting, Dyson Dinosaur. Interesting. Oh, I might have a suspicion. Very cool. Dyson Dinosaur. Very cool, Filippo. Oh, man. Excellent. You'll be known around. Superb. Best of luck. That's awesome. Anyway, Laramidia. Let's continue.
Doing calculus or anything like that, but they're amazing creatures nonetheless. All plant eaters so far.
Ankylosaurs,
four-legged tank-like creatures called ankylosaurs, and they have bony armor from the tips of their noses to the tips of their tails.
We've got one of these
One group
guys
of
at
them had a
least.
club at the end of their tails that may have been used as a weapon.
That's kind of an amazing
Some of them
sight.
had so much body armor on their
We're
bodies
excited to get back there.
that their eyelids are bony, so they could close their eyes and protect their eyes. Now, why would you need so much protection? Well, it's pretty easy to see that this animal isn't going anywhere quickly, and it's living in a
Pepper
world
cat, yes.
with
Yeah.
tyrannosaurs. So you better be able to defend yourself, and if you can't run away, one technique is to have lots of armor, hunker down, have a low center of gravity, and just try and fight your way through things. And particularly once they're big, they probably...
Ethan just sent me a text that I can't show you because he was quite surprised at the generosity of this community, and there may or may not be an expletive that is the entirety of the message, but I think he's pretty happy. Family-friendly broadcast, but just let it be known that Ethan's impressed. Good stuff.
Probably wouldn't have been hassled too often.
Yeah.
So
Weber says after years of this, he's still surprised. I mean, I'm just going by what he typed, so. Yeah.
These are the big predators. It's not T-Rex. This is millions of years before T-Rex, but there were tyrannosaurs all up and down Laramidia.
So yeah, this is something that I really want to emphasize here. When we're talking about what we expect to find out there, this is the sort of thing I get really jazzed about because this is how science is supposed to work. In science, we form hypotheses, we run tests, we do experiments, we gather data. We see if reality matches our predictions. And with these rocks that we're digging in, that we're prospecting in, that we're working in Wyoming, we, based on other work that's been done in rocks that are younger than ours and older than ours, above and below us in section, so to speak, we would expect to find certain kinds of dinosaur hair. And that's exactly what we find. And all of these formations that you have in the late Cretaceous of North America, you get at least one species of tyrannosaur, at least one, usually two or more species of duckbill, hadrosaur, usually at least one saurolophine and one lambeosaurine. We've got duckbills. We don't know if they're lambeosaurians or saurolophines yet. We suspect that one of them is a saurolophine. But we would also expect to find ceratopsid dinosaurs, horned dinosaurs, like Metaceratops. And indeed, that is precisely what we have found, are horned dinosaurs that are, in some ways, similar to this guy, but maybe distinctly different. Very good chance, just as far as the odds go, that this is a brand new genus or species, and that's what the evidence seems to show so far. But, yeah. We've got one like this. Very excited about that. So, yeah. And Caster Dreamer says you're returning to an old site this year? Old sites and new sites, yes. So we'll be continuing to dig at the ceratopsid site. We've got a big back wall that we've got to knock down and see if more of this animal is hiding in there. That's going to take a big crew and, oh boy. It's going to be a lot of work. But, very excited about that. Hopefully we can find more of this critter. We want more of the skull, you know? I feel like this right here. And Blazing Robot, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. We want more of this critter. So that's one of the old sites that we're returning to, one from previous years. But then we're going to be finding new sites too, and that's what the truck is for. We have some people who can go out and prospect pretty much full time. Hopefully find us dozens of new sites. So we're very excited about that. Along with the fieldwork run, it starts May 15th. I won't be out there at the beginning. I'm going to be in Florida doing leatherback turtle stuff. But I'll be there from the beginning of June until about mid-June. So I'll be there for around 2 weeks, maybe a little longer. But fieldwork is going to go from May 15th until June 30th. That's the plan. So that's a month and a half. Last year, I thought it was a ton of fieldwork. I mean, I did, I think, 32 days in the field last year. It's quite the slog. This year, I think there are people who are going even longer than that, which is nuts. So, yeah. And Starmy says, any chance of Parasaurolophus? They lived around that time, no? Starmy? Well, we've certainly got them here in the chat. Yeah. But, I think Parasaurolophus might be a little bit older than what we're talking about here. I think Parasaurolophus is solidly Campanian. There's what, 3 different valid species? I think. Let's see. $76.5 to 73 million years ago. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance we could find them, but I suspect we might be a little bit after Parasaurolophus in time. Although, Velafrons? No. Who's the other guy? Tolotolophus. That's what I'm thinking of. Tolotolophus from Mexico. Lived in the Campanian. This is later than Parasaurolophus, is it not? Maybe it's earlier. Let's see. We also might not have good dates on Tolotolophus. Cerro de Pueblo Formation. No, this might be roughly coeval to what we're talking about here. So we could have a critter like this, or it could be that these guys, even if they lived at the same time, even if Tolotolophus lived from at the same exact time as the dinosaurs that we're digging up, our dinosaurs might be different just based on geography, based on latitude. And that's part of what Scott Sampson talks about here.
So they were the top predators of the time.
You're talking about Tyrannosaurus.
And in addition to these big carnivores, there were a bunch of little meat eaters, what we've now affectionately called raptor dinosaurs, thanks to Velociraptor in Jurassic Park. And they come in all kinds of different sizes and shapes, some with big sickle claws. In fact, virtually all of them have big sickle claws on their feet.
Yep. Anyway, ornithomimids. We'll get back to these guys.
Looking out your window, if you had a house on the coast of Laramidia 77 million years ago. If you had a
So anyway, here is Wyoming right here. And so, yeah, at the time that we were digging, or rather, the rocks that we're digging up are from a time when the Western Interior Seaway stretched even further west than this. So it would have been even wider. Because we're over here in western Wyoming, and that's clearly right on the shoreline. This is, I think, a little bit earlier in time before the Seaway had expanded even more.
House on the coast of Laramidia 77 million years ago. Now, starting in the 1960s, paleontologists began to notice that the dinosaurs they found all the way from Alberta down to Texas were
absolutely,
the same groups of dinosaurs.
Yeah.
They always found tyrannosaurs and horned dinosaurs and duckbills, etc. But they appeared to belong to different species, different organisms at the species level. So it's like having different kinds of birds or different kinds of big mammals, you know, like a black rhino and a white rhino, for example. But the strange thing was that everywhere we looked, there were different species. So same groups, but different kinds at that lower level, which was very weird because you have...
So they'll get like a different kind of tyrannosaur, a different kind of hadrosaur, a different kind of ankylosaur, a different kind of ceratopsid.
You have to remember that Laramidia is only about 1/5 the size of present-day North America.
Yeah,
and
it's small.
It appeared that there were well over 24 giant animals, well over 1,000 kilograms. Now compare that today with Africa, where we think of the big animals living. There's only about 5 species of animals in Africa that exceed 1,000 kilograms, things like elephants and giraffes and rhinos and hippos.
This is a really good point that he's making here. This is really thought-provoking, so I want you to get this.
Only 5, covering the whole continent. Now we're talking about an area that's 1/5 the size that has well over 24 giant animals.
No. Not just 1/5 the size. 1/5 the size of North America. Again, he's saying that Laramidia here, the western U.S. essentially. Here. There we go. Here's modern North America, like outlined there, but this is Laramidia. You have the Seaway cutting it in two. There's Appalachia over there. So yeah, Laramidia, it's like 1/5 the size of North America today. Especially when the Seaway is at its full extent. What did Scott say here?
Only 5, covering the whole continent. Now we're talking about an area that's 1/5 the size.
And holy cow, Hiverius! Thank you, Hiverius. Holy moly. An additional $50 right there.
Mesozoic Research Center $50 for vehicle rental and insurance.
You get to name a site if you want to, Hiverius. You should fill out that form if you feel like it. Thank you. We're, already at the end of our thermometer here. So that truck, it's kind of can't go any further. Thank you. Holy moly, do I appreciate that. Yeah. It's gonna fall? No, it's okay. There's safety features there, baby. It can't fall. Anyway, what Scott Simpson was saying here is that Laramidia is about 1/5 the size of modern North America. And he's like, in the entire continent of Africa, you've got, like, 5 critters who weigh above 1,000 kilos. And what is that? It's giraffes, hippos, Cape buffalo, I think, elephants, and then black rhinos and white rhinos? I guess that's 6, but maybe you count both rhinos as one, even though they're not super close relatives. The crazy thing is, Africa is so much bigger than people realize. Yeah. Here we go. The true size of Africa. You could fit the United States like that in Africa. The Mercator projections that we often see as maps really don't do a good job of showing the true size of the different continents. Shouldn't Sinclair Gas donate the fuel? That'd be awesome, Kennedy, but they sponsored Barnum Brown's fuel work back in the day. But yeah. Direction and shape, I think, Casted Dreamer, yeah. But anyway. So it is even more remarkable than Scott Simpson says here. What do you think
compare that today with Africa, where we think of the big animals living. There's only about 5 species of animals in Africa.
Chris T.S., thank you for the $5 there.
T_S can smell we're $5 closer to our vehicle goal, thanks to their donation.
A further $5 past the vehicle goal. Thank you, Chris T.S., for your contribution. I appreciate that.
Well over 1,000 kilograms. Now compare that today with Africa, where we think of the big animals living. There's only about 5 species of animals in Africa that exceed 1,000 kilograms, things like elephants and giraffes and rhinos and hippos. Only 5, covering the whole continent. Now we're talking about an area that's 1/5 the size, that has well over
1/5 the size of North America, which in turn makes it, what, like 1/15 the size of Africa or something? It's so much smaller.
Dozen giant animals.
So how can you get that many different kinds of dinosaur in such a small sliver of land here in Laramidia? What's going on there? What do you think it could be, Chad? How can you fit so many different species of dinosaur, and some of them being so large, in such a small spit of land? Oh, wrong button. What do you think? Any ideas? Oh. Nice and done. Filippo, thank you.
Tear into our vehicle go with their $15 donation.
I really appreciate that, Filippo. You did not have to do that. Thank you for your contribution, Filippo. That is excellent. I really appreciate that, Filippo. Holy moly, thank you. Where were we? Yeah. How in the world can you get this many big dinosaurs in so many different species in such a small piece of land, given that modern-day Africa only has 5 species of animal that exceed 1,000 kilos? How do you do that? Give me some ideas. Lush plant life, says Starmy. And thank you for the peanuts there, Dyson Dinosaur. That's more than that. I appreciate that. Niche partitioning, says Claire. Carefully, says Double Nickel. Otter Do It says time. That's an interesting thought. Migration route, says Chris TS. Well.
And there's a good reason why there's not so many today in Africa. Some may have been wiped out by us, but there's other reasons, and it has to do with making a living. There has to be enough food to support all those different species if they're going to persist over a long period of time. So when I started working in Utah, there was a mystery to be solved. And that mystery was this: how could so many different kinds of giant animals live together on such a small chunk of land?
Especially when you consider that Laramidia is even smaller than it looks, because so much of it is mountains here to the west. And these, growing mountain ranges are probably not a great place to live as like a big herbivore or a big carnivore. You want the flatlands with all the plants and all the nice habitat, So what's going on?
A little bit of real estate. And when we thought about it, we really could come up with only 3 reasons to explain how you could have different dinosaurs living in Montana and Utah. Why wouldn't they be the same ones? And our 3 reasons were, these 3 possible solutions were, the dinosaurs maybe didn't coexist. Maybe they lived at different times.
So Otter Do It pointed this out, and so did Dr. Terra. Ceratopsians evolving every 5 seconds. I mean, yeah, interesting. Maybe they're not all coexisting. Maybe we're sampling different times, and so they don't have to coexist because they didn't live at the same time.
Remember, we think in these very short time frames, maybe these dinosaurs appear different just because we're sampling.
Oh. Fluffy Deinonychus, thank you.
Just rolled us $25 closer to our vehicle goal for Mesozoic Research Center.
Thank you, Fluffy Deinonychus, for the $25 there. Here. Your truck kind of doesn't have anywhere to go, but thank you. Really appreciate that. Extraordinary. Thank you, Fluffy Deinonychus. And Tommy Plodicus.
Tommy Plodicus just flew us $25 closer to our vehicle goal for Mesozoic Research Center.
Holy moly. Rushwing says we're adjusting the parking until it's perfect. I guess so. Doing a 15-point turn here. A-ball gear shift, there you go, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Tommy Plodicus and Fluffy Deinonychus for your contributions. I really appreciate it. Yeah. So yeah, maybe these critters really aren't coexisting. Maybe they're actually from different times, and we haven't realized it because our dating techniques are not precise enough.
Periods that are millions of years apart. And maybe if we could really sample the same time periods, we would find that they would be exactly the same animals north and south on Laramidia.
And For a long time, I was convinced that this was the answer. Now I'm not as sure as I used to be because of some more recent discoveries. But, yeah. That's one possibility. Maybe it's time.
So that was one hypothesis to be tested. The second hypothesis is that there was just a whole lot more food around back then to support all these different dinosaurs.
So who said that? Lush vegetation, more food. You might be onto something there.
And the third hypothesis is that the dinosaurs didn't eat as much to make a living. So if they don't have to consume as much food, maybe there could be more species around.
And I don't buy that idea. There's like a metabolism thing going on there. It's kind of assuming that dinosaurs are ectothermic, cold-blooded, which might have been the case for a few of them, especially ornithischian dinosaurs, but I don't necessarily.
You have to remember, dinosaurs are reptiles, and reptiles today are cold-blooded. And if you think about cold-blooded versus warm-blooded animals, reptiles are like the Toyota Priuses of the animal world. They don't need to eat very often. The
Toyota Priuses, they're superior to all other vehicles. Skreek! Thank you.
Helping Mesozoic Research Center find dinosaurs with their $10 donation.
I appreciate that very much, Skreek. Thank you. And our truck kind of doesn't have anywhere to go. We've met our goal, but I wanted to start up the engine for you anyway. Thank you, Skreek. That's a rental. It doesn't really matter if we wear out the starter, Thank you, Skreek. Yeah. There's a cap for amount of individuals, says Paralititan. I agree with you. Yeah. Yeah.
Crocodile can eat a meal and then not eat again for weeks. A lion of the same size eats and then has to eat again within a few days. So mammals like us, we're the gas-guzzling SUVs of the animal world. We have to consume a lot of food to keep our internal flames, internal fires stoked. So which were dinosaurs? We don't know. My guess is we're going to know for pretty certain within the next couple of years, and I have strong.
Well, but the thing is, too, that I think the thing that often gets neglected here is that the diversity of dinosaurs is pretty incredible. You've got so many different sizes and shapes, ecologies, behaviors. It's not a one-size-fits-all metabolism thing. It's not, oh, dinosaurs were warm-blooded, or, oh, dinosaurs were cold-blooded. Dinosaur metabolisms are probably very, very diverse, just like the animals themselves, But that being said, I think there's pretty good evidence, good reason to believe, that most dinosaurs had elevated metabolisms. They were warm-blooded, to oversimplify things. But yeah. To the Bean Burrito Fund, Tommy Platicus, it's gone into the fuel fund, and the plaster fund, and the other supplies fund. We also have a wish list, if anybody's interested. For different items that we need for fieldwork this year. And some of them are quite reasonably priced.
I could compensate you by fully funding your truck.
Spartan?
Yeah. Okay.
So Spartan Zero just spared no expense. Not even $250 for Mesozoic Research Center.
Holy cow, Spartan! $250 there. Holy moly. Very generous of you. I really appreciate that, Spartan. Holy cow. Chalupa Supreme Fun. I know, right? Never went through it. Holy moly. Thank you. What are we at now, total? $26.86. This is on top of the $940 that Petrodactylus raised a couple weeks ago. That is extraordinary. I really appreciate that. That is a direct material contribution to ongoing fossil science. You're helping us discover new dinosaurs. Collect data, learn what this ancient ecosystem was like, and help solve this mystery, too. Like Scott Sampson is talking about here. Like, why do you get this purported faunal endemism here? You know? Fun and possible airlift. Jim, how are you doing? Wonderful to see you. There's Jim Kirkland there in the chat, everybody. State paleontologist of Utah. I hope you're having a good start to your week, Jim. It's good to see you. Holy cow. I don't know if Ethan is in the lab with you right now, Jim, but if he is, say hi. I was texting with him a little while ago. But, yeah. I'm so proud of this community. All the generosity here. It's extraordinary. Yeah. SPP Abstract Drafts off to co-authors. Nice, Jim. The submission site just opened up. You're ahead of the game, Jim. This is great. Yeah. Anyhow, Lilith Burton says, I like your American buffalo flag. Yeah, that bison is, that's the Wyoming state flag right there. Because this field work that we're raising money for today is going to be in western Wyoming. Very excited about that. Airlift the truck to save on gas, says Fall Machine. Interesting idea. So, I think jet fuel and helicopter rental might be even more expensive. But yeah. Anywho. So Jim, I was just telling everybody about well, we were looking at this old talk with Scott Sampson and the whole late Cretaceous Laramidian faunal endemism hypothesis, which is one of the things we're trying to test out there in Wyoming.
Strong biases about it, but we haven't been able to demonstrate it for sure one way or the other. So keep these ideas in mind. Either the dinosaurs lived at different times, there was more food, or they didn't eat as much, and as ideas to explain how you get so many giants on one chunk of land.
So one of the ideas, one of the ones that I favor, I might be wrong, might well be wrong, but one of the ideas is that faunal endemism is not as pronounced as has been claimed. Maybe these critters, like, maybe it seems like there's so much diversity of dinosaurs at this time and place because we're actually sampling different times. Maybe you don't have strong differences between what's going on up north and down south. The work that we're doing in Wyoming is helping test this idea. So here's Laramidia west. There is Wyoming right there. So Wyoming is between Utah and Montana, where you've had a lot of sampling take place. So we've got different dinosaurs from, it seems like, maybe the same time from Montana and Utah. Well, one way to test that idea and see if that's real is to look in between in Wyoming. What's going on at these mid-latitudes here? South of Montana, but north of Utah. Will we find a mix of the two faunas? Will we find a few dinosaurs that we recognize from Montana and a few that we recognize from Utah here? Or will it be entirely a new group of dinosaurs? New genera and species everywhere? And if we get good dates from here, then we can help test the faunal endemism hypothesis with that too. It's a great way to try to independently verify what's going on. Bringing in new data to the discussion. Does that make sense? So yeah. And Jim says they have ranges for these lines in these various basins. For these these lines? You mean lineages? I'm not sure I understand it. The fish look northern. No big sturgeon in the south. Interesting. Yeah. And there's other weird stuff going on. Like, we have hardly any Champsosaur material, which we have all over the place up north. In the Judith River Formation, Champsosaurs everywhere. Hardly any, if any at all, in Wyoming at this time. What's up with that? You know? Where are all the chimps? Exactly, Claire. Yeah. Anyway, Parala Titan says there is a high diversity and some slight timing differences. So with the little sampling, you get new stuff all the time until you have rarefaction. Sounds plausible. We'll see. Yeah. Again, I love talking about this because this is a new frontier in dinosaur paleontology. Like, our crew out there in Wyoming, we're at the forefront of something very exciting and new. And, not to denigrate more routine kind of science that gets carried out, but it's always fun when you can do something that you know is cutting edge. No one's done this before. It's a blank spot on the map. And it's pretty special to be able to participate in something like that. And it's pretty special to be able to contribute to something like that. Thank you again to everybody who's donated today. It makes a difference. So yeah. And Jim says no overlapping interlayering like a deck of cards? Yeah, I don't know, Jim. It's a good question. And Champsosaurs are absent in the south, says Jim. Do we know that is... Well, actually, yeah, do you not get them in, say, the Kuiperowitz Formation? Yeah. Are there no Champsosaurs from the Kuiperowitz? There's lizards, there's turtles, many turtles, Neosuchians, crocs, and what? What? No Champsosaurs. What's up with that? Are they being outcompeted by crocs because it's warmer, or is it like Josh Lively says, is it a climate, is it a moisture thing? Is it just less precipitation? Or more precipitation? I wonder what's going on there. Sorry, I should explain what a Champsosaur is for everybody who's out of the loop. Champsosaurs are these weird reptiles. They look like crocs, but they are not. They've got really weird, interesting skeletons. Their head is kind of frying pan shaped almost, where like their rostrum is like the handle to the frying pan. They're, we think, maybe related to something like lizards. They're not dinosaurs. Certainly not. They might be like stem archosaurs, or they might be within Archosauria. It's still kind of a mystery what these guys are, but they are everywhere in the Judith River Formation, in the Hill Creek Formation, up north, in Montana, and in Canada. At the end of the Cretaceous, these guys are all over the place. I should text Ethan, actually, and ask him. A quick question. We have any Champsosaur material? But yeah, these guys are everywhere. At, and other places in North America at this time. And yet they seem completely absent in certain places, and the question is why, you know? They should be fairly generalist, maybe? Like, they're adapted for catching fish, presumably. They've got these long gharial-like snouts. But, why would you be entirely missing them? Especially when you've got the right kind of habitat. These guys are living alongside ray-finned fishes and cartilaginous fishes, freshwater sharks and rays and stuff, stingrays. They're living alongside crocs and turtles. You get all those other animals up north and down south. The right kind of habitat seems to be there, we think. You get swampy wetlands and bogs and rivers and lakes and stuff, the sort of place that should be a haven for champsosaurs. But we don't get champsosaurs in certain places. Why? You know? Why? It's a mystery. Why are these creatures missing in some of these spots? What's going on? You know? I couldn't tell you. You know? Picky eaters, says McMaster? I don't know. It's weird. Jim says the microvertebrate sites in GSENM, is that New Mexico, span the entire late Cretaceous, as do the sites up north with hundreds of sites with hundreds of thousands of fossils. Huh. And thank you, Lems Plush, for the Tier 1 subscription. Holy cow. Thank you. For that pledge of ongoing support. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Excellent. Yeah. And why no sturgeons? Humidity? I mean, these are creatures that are living subaqueously. I wouldn't think humidity would make that much of a difference to the sturgeons. I don't know. Maybe it's too warm for sturgeons? Although we get sturgeons, well... Do you get sturgeons in, like, modern-day Florida? Yeah. Yeah, you get them in the Florida Panhandle, the Suwannee River. But that's modern sturgeons. Maybe there was something weird about Cretaceous sturgeon, but then we're kind of coming up with a just-so story. I don't know. So much of this stuff is so weird, and, like, I want to figure it out. So, yeah. And maybe they had a competing creature you haven't found yet that roamed the spots it didn't live, says Lilith Spartan. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Are there any sturgeon in Central or South America? I don't know if they ever made it down there. I don't know if we've ever had sturgeon in Gondwana. Nowadays, we've got sturgeon in North America and Asia. And they must have crossed the land bridge at some point. In freshwater ecosystems. But they're also oceanic sturgeon, right? They're saltwater sturgeon. Like, what keeps them put? Do they not go down to... Do they not cross the equator? I don't know. Some of this stuff is so weird. Yeah. In Europe, has sturgeons too. There you go, Starmy. Yeah. Yeah. I should have said Eurasia. But yeah. Yeah. Do they take a dip on the freshwater or stay away? So I think sturgeon can be... I don't know if anadromous is exactly the right term, but they can tolerate freshwater and saltwater in some instances. Like we get, what is it, white sturgeon here in North America. I just saw one the other day. I'll show you a video. I love these guys. Yeah, this is at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I love them. But, I think this is the Pacific white sturgeon. But they can also tolerate freshwater, so they'll go up river deltas and, yeah, they'll hang out in estuarine environments. Yeah. Varela Titan says, it's crazy to me that we missed Champsosaurs by only like 11 million years. Did they survive that late? Are there like Miocene Champsosaurs? I thought they went extinct like in the Oligocene. Champsosaurs. They also never made it. So that's interesting too. I don't think they ever became marine, which is kind of odd. Unlike a lot of these other groups. But, yeah. But yeah, I guess they never made it to South America or any other place in Gondwana. But yeah, what are the... What's the latest surviving Champsosaur we have? I know they make it into the Paleocene at least, and I think into the Eocene, and maybe into the Oligocene? Yeah, Lazarussuchus, possibly. Oh, that would be, what an appropriate name if that's indeed a Champsosaur. Spelled it wrong, it's got two S's in the middle. Amphibious reptile. Youngest known member of Caristodira. The Caristodires. I've always heard it pronounced Caristodire, even though that's an E. Yeah. From the late Oligocene of France. Shoot. So what would that put us at? Late Oligocene is going to be... yeah, 23 million years ago, something like that. Yeah. Anyhow. They don't like the way the water spins in the south, says MacMaster. Yeah. Anyway. So we talked a little bit about faunal endemism. We talked a little bit about the kinds of critters that we have been finding in Wyoming and some of the ones that we hope to find based on what's been found in other environments. Let's do a little bit more of that, and then we'll talk a little bit about Barnum Brown, about his work in this area in the 1930s, and we'll go from there. So I mentioned the Cerro de Pueblo Formation earlier. Here, I just gotta go open a new tab. There we go. Excellent. Here's some beautiful artwork by Paleostream, who's here on Twitch. Joshua Knupe. So this is a reconstruction of the Cerro de Pueblo Formation down in Mexico. This is maybe roughly coeval, roughly contemporaneous, I should say, with the rocks that we're digging in Wyoming. So we've got ornithomimids here. Here's the one with the crazy long metatarsals, which I have it on good authority. There may have been a goof in that paper. And this ornithomimid that's supposed to have crazy long hands, those might actually be foot bones instead. Might be metatarsals instead of metacarpals. So anyway, it looks so goofy because that might not be real. Anyway, but there's Tolotolophus up here. There's a bunch of freshwater turtles. We've got I think a croc over here. We've got some Saurolophine hadrosaurs here. This is a similar environment and similar critters to what we expect to see in Wyoming. The question is, how different is our fauna going to turn out to be? These things take years to figure out. You know, you go out there and you find a site one year. You maybe dig in a little bit, but you can't dig a huge hole because you need permits for that. So you have to apply for your permits. You get them the next year. Hopefully you have the crew and the funding to go out there and dig it up. The excavation can take several years, several consecutive summers. And then you have to take the fossils back. You have to transport them to a prep lab. You have to have people actually chip away the rock and all the other matrix like that. And just have clean bone to work with. You've got to study it. These things can take years. They can take decades. I think what we're doing in Wyoming is actually kind of fast-tracking a lot of this stuff, and I'm proud of that. And you're making it easier, buddy, by contributing so generously. But at the end of that, we'll be able to figure out how different is our environment from this. And are we talking about the same time here? Or are we talking about a different time entirely? Is ours a million years before this, or a million years later? How much of the variation between these different faunas in Wyoming and in Mexico and in Utah and in New Mexico and in Montana, how much of this is based on latitude? How much of it is based on time? These are unanswered questions, but that's exciting, you know? It's a new frontier that we're digging in. Big boulders. What do you mean, Lilith Hart? What? You mean when they were alive? Lying on the ground? Yeah. Anyway, I love the addition of all these turtles here, too. Turtles are often so common in these environments, and that's one of the reasons why I put this guy in our backdrop today. I'm really excited to print a trionychid turtle, a soft-shelled turtle, which is about life-size what you might find in like modern-day Alabama or Mississippi or Florida. Hopefully, trionychid turtle. We find these guys all over the place in Cretaceous strata, just everywhere. We're going to be finding more of these guys this year, and I'm very excited. It's going to be cool. We might even find some new species. I mean, who knows? Turtles are one of those critters that just keep giving. They can be excellent for biostrat. They can be excellent for figuring out what kind of environment you're in. And they're just lovely. Gotta love turtles, you know?
I like turtles.
And that's also in honor of Turtle Hill, which is the site that just keeps giving. Really excited to go back there this year. And Fisher is going to be leading the charge there again. That's going to be excellent. And oh, you're not asking. Sorry, Claire. Yeah. And Zool says, I was just going to ask, from dig to museum, how long does it take for a minuscule fossil to be correctly identified and museum display worthy? It depends, Zool. Like, it can take decades for a fossil discovered in the field to end up in a museum and then later end up on display. Or it could be a couple days. Like, I have literally helped excavate fossils in Montana that have gone on display a couple days later when we go into town. When I was working with Denver Fowler and up near, this is north of Fort Peck Lake in Montana. We found, what's the site called? Here. Where did I put that book? Here we go. Jack Wilson found a Triceratops site. I think it was the Jack's Blue Juvie Trike site. Let's see. This is a photo book that Denver put together. It was me right there. This is from 2015. Yeah. There's our crew in 2015. And so Jack Wilson here, he ended up finding a juvenile Triceratops skull. Not the whole thing, but a decent chunk of it. And that was on display in the local museum within a few days. Yeah, there we go. So, decent chunk of the parietal right there. Wait, was it this one or was it Yeah, first scientific submission of the project. Although fragmentary, this specimen preserves part of the middle of the frill, the parietal bone, and the 3 spikes that adorn the edge. This is the first time these bones have been found associated in a juvenile, and therefore inform us as to the particular shape of the spikes at this growth stage. So yeah. Here's the specimen here. Here's a little illustration that I did of it. And the original, I just ripped out of my sketchbook, and we stuck it in a display case at the Great Plains Dinosaur Museum in Malta, Montana, next to the specimen. So it was there, like, it had been in the ground a couple days earlier, and then it was there on display. We were pretty proud of that, really. And then we took it at the end of the season when we went through town so that Jack and Denver could actually write it up. I don't know if they published on that. I hope they did. But that's pretty quick. Pretty quick turnaround. It's not normally like that. Normally these things take years. So yeah. Can I get an autographed copy? Asks Zool. I might still be on Shutterfly. Although I don't know if that's a public thing. But it's like a photo book that Denver had printed up. We were doing a survey for the American Prairie Reserve out there in central Montana. And they had funded, they wanted us to go out and look for fossils on their land. And then we could take them back to museums, do science on them and everything else. They had no interest in keeping any of the fossils, because that's not what they're about. They're like a wilderness preserve. And in order to help garner more funding, Denver had the idea, like, let's make a little photo book, order a few copies, send it to their office so they can keep it in their lobby at the American Prairie Reserve. And if they have wealthy donors coming through, they'd be like, oh, wow, this is cool. Maybe I should fund some dinosaur work. So, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But good stuff. Good stuff. Let's step back a little ways. And let's talk about who has done work in this area before. So again, we're going to be working in western Wyoming. Let's talk about this guy, Barnum Brown, who had worked here in 1937.
And now a page from our Sunday morning almanac. February 12th, 1873, 144 years ago today. The day fossil hunter Barnum Brown was born in Carbondale, Kansas.
Yep.
Prophetically named after circus showman P.T. Barnum, Brown was instrumental in igniting a worldwide fascination with dinosaurs, a fascination that continues to this day. As a child, Brown collected fossilized shells from mineral deposits near his home, and later landed a job with the American Museum of Natural History in New York. Then, in 1902, while digging in Hell Creek, Montana, Brown discovered the partial skeleton of a huge, previously unknown dinosaur.
Yep.
Scientists named it Tyrannosaurus rex, Latin for the Tyrant King. The bones were shipped to New York and in 1906 put on display. Crowds lined up for blocks to see the beast the New York Times called a monster. A stylish man known on occasion to wear a fur coat on expeditions.
I don't know if he actually did that very often. I kind of feel like he's just posing for a photo right here, and I don't think this is his normal field attire. a like floor-length fur coat. He may have come out here just to take a section or something, and it may have been pretty cold. I don't know. But, yeah.
Brown then unearthed a more complete skeleton.
That's a duck-billed dinosaur right there, though. See those caudal vertebrae. There's the tail, hip, femur, tib, fib. There's the hind foot right there. Yeah.
Including a nearly intact skull. The T-Rex would become by far the most famous of the dinosaurs, a crowd pleaser in films like 1925's The Lost World, wrestling with the giant ape in King Kong, and of course, wreaking havoc in the Jurassic Park movies.
Sinclair Dinoland.
Ever the showman, Brown's last project was designing the dinosaur models, including his beloved T-Rex, for the Sinclair Oil exhibit at the 1964 New York World's Fair.
We were just talking about this a few weeks ago, weren't we?
Dino is the most popular souvenir sold at the fair.
He would die at age 89, a few months before the fair opened. And while he never got to see his work on display, he would have been pleased that, no surprise, crowds lined up for blocks, as they still do, whenever a dinosaur comes to town.
So that's Barnum Brown there, who has a near legendary status among people who study dinosaurs, think about dinosaurs, talk about dinosaurs. Barnum Brown discovered Tyrannosaurus Rex. Little known fact, he also discovered Deinonychus. John Ostrom rediscovered Deinonychus, but Barnum Brown found it first. Showed it to Ostrom at AM&H, I think sometime in the late 1950s. But Barnum Brown did a ton of stuff over his life. We are following in his footsteps in a very literal sense as we go out there and work in Montana. And we found, well, here, let's find that bucket. What are you at this moment more proud of? The dinosaur or the bucket? Oh, definitely the dinosaur. But the bucket's pretty cool too. Yeah. So this bucket was a major find as well. Let me set the stage here. In the 1930s, there was a dinosaur paleontologist named Barnum Brown. Well, vertebrate paleontologist. He didn't just work on dinosaurs. He worked on lots of vertebrate animals. But Barnum Brown was one of the more famous dinosaur paleontologists of the 20th century. And here's a picture of him right here. He is one of the few people who's ever actually worked these rocks. I have that same photo in the background today. Picture of him right here. He is one of the few people who's ever actually worked these rocks. He was here in 1937, I think. He came through here in 1937, dug up a few dinosaurs, never named any of them, never published any of them, didn't even get all of them out of the ground. He was a busy guy, always running off to do different things. We think he left this here because when some other colleagues were here in 2021, they found this site, and it's pretty obvious that someone had been digging here a long time ago, and they left a bucket here. This was, see where that white scoop is? That's basically where the bucket was this morning. There's Luke right there. Probably the past 85 years or so, since 1937. Here's the bucket right here. So, evidence that this site was previously discovered, presumably by Barnum Brown and his crew. So they worked here for a little bit, probably decided that this site was too difficult to work, and moved on to something else. So here we are in 2024. We've rediscovered it and we're digging it up. We're going to be excavating this dinosaur over the next... Thank you, EB Knight, for the 23 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Probably a week or two. And getting out of the ground, getting it back to the laboratory so it can be cleaned and studied and published.
very good chance this is going to be a new species or a new genus of duck-billed dinosaur.
Yeah. Starby says, what happened to that bucket? I think it's in Cincinnati now. I think it went there with a delivery of some of our fossil jackets. I'm not totally sure if Ethan has it in Salt Lake. I think it's in Cincinnati already. But it'd be part of a really cool museum display if we ever choose to do that. Yeah. And Ethan says we don't have a single scrap of any Champsosaur material from Wyoming yet. Nuts. Yeah. And it would be cool for a museum to show it off. Yeah, I mean, because there's a really interesting human story there, too. Barnum Brown went there and worked in Wyoming, found a bunch of dinosaurs. We actually don't know where some of them are. Like, supposedly he sent back part of a tyrannosaur from those rocks in Wyoming to New York. Nobody knows where it is. Occasionally things did get lost in transit, and yeah, you didn't really have like online tracking numbers and stuff like that for shipments in 1937. So yeah. And these things were being shipped by rail, you know? They were crated up, put onto a train, and then you kind of just cross your fingers that it ends up at its destination. And, yeah. Although maybe in some forgotten museum storage facility, you know? Barnum's Wyoming Tyrannosaur is still there. Who knows? You know? Maybe like at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Although I don't think so. Even the American Museum of Natural History in New York doesn't have a storage facility this big. Yeah, there you go, Craiger. Yeah. And hadn't heard the bucket story? Yeah, Dirter Breast. This was a ton of fun. Let's see if I can find that VOD. Well, here's a short, at least.
We're just a few days into this. Here digging with Luke and with Spencer. And they're being real good sports about me walking around just yammering while they work. So I appreciate that. Some of my handiwork from earlier. We're gonna just kind of work our way in like this, and then see if we've got fresh bone anywhere over there. How's that bone turning out over here?
Pretty good. We've actually got another
It's such a windy day.
Oh yeah, nice.
So we've got this, which I hit with some glue.
That's why it's all shiny like that. Yeah.
Yep, and then right on top here, it's kind of hard to tell because it's a little dusty. But we do have another bone sitting right on top of that.
Very nice.
Kind of see the bone sticking out a little bit.
I don't know if it's beautiful, Claire, but it's there. This isn't the prettiest preservation. It's really scrungy looking.
Excellent. And if we have any more underneath some of the sagebrush that we're gonna have to clear out.
Yeah. Awesome.
But yeah.
Cool. I'm so glad we got more of it too.
Yeah.
This is exciting stuff. It's not just the surface crud. We've got not crud. It's beautiful, but we've got fresh bone underneath too. So it's a really good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Luke. Yeah. And this is also an exciting site for another reason too. Not only do we have a dinosaur here, which will, odds are, it will be a new genus or a new species, but we've also got evidence from paleontologists of the past.
This is kind of on a ridge, Claire.
Who's a really well-known paleontologist from the early 20th century. He discovered T-Rex, for instance, really famous guy. He was working in this same area in the 1930s. Found some dinosaurs, dug a few of them up, and left some of them here. We think this is one of the ones that he left, because we have evidence. There's like a big big area where it was all loose, unconsolidated matrix. It looks like it had been dug up and then filled back in. Right here next to this duckbill dinosaur, and there's a rusty bucket that was left here, which certainly looks like it could have been here, you know, since 1937. So that this morning was just over there, but Luke was carefully excavating that, and there it is. So, yeah, we think this is one of Barnum Brown's original sites from the 30s. One of the dinosaurs he didn't get out of the ground. Now we're getting it out of the ground this year.
All right, a little bit more about Barnum Brown here. Here's a video from AMNH about him. Good stuff. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Make sure our closed captions are on. There we go. Good.
Barnum Brown was, by all accounts, the best dinosaur collector who ever lived. He began his career here at AMNH in 1897, going out on expeditions to the American West, first in search of fossil mammals, but of course later with the dinosaur expeditions. He started as a field assistant and worked his way up to be curator in the Department of Vertebrate Paleontology, head of all the dinosaur collections.
The majority of specimens that we have on display were collected by him. I mean, he was the one who collected the first Tyrannosaurus rex specimens. He was the one who collected the Albertosaurus specimens. He was such a popular and important guy during his lifetime that he really kind of was the museum.
Curator Barnum Brown has found and brought back many dinosaurs. Here is the head of the dreaded Tyrannosaurus, the skeleton of a pteranodon.
We'd known for a long time, both Mark and I, that there were 13 boxes of documents and correspondence up in the archives of the Vertebrate Paleontology Department, and no one had ever written a comprehensive biography of Barnum before. We felt like, given that it was about a century after his discovery of Tyrannosaurus, it was the right time to celebrate his life. He happened to be born and grow up during the first bone rush out into the American West, led by O.C. Marsh at Yale and his arch rival E.D. Cope at the Philadelphia Academy of Sciences beginning in the 1870s.
Barnum Brown collected a number of tyrannosaurs in the Hell Creek Formation in the first decade of the 20th century. A number of them weren't that complete, but they knew that there was this big hypercarnivore which was out there. He found things like, a lower jaw, part of a brain case. Finally, he found this specimen, what would become the 5027 specimen. And the skull, which is still amongst the most beautiful Tyrannosaurus skulls known, was found in one single chert block.
It was quite a thing.
So this is the same Tyrannosaurus skull that is in the Jurassic Park logo, actually. Here. I'll show you. Let's see. Ectopterygoid.
It's vertebrate paleontology and evolution. And the drawing is adapted from a paper published in 1917 by the museum paleontologist who named Tyrannosaurus rex, after Barnum Brown dug it up. It's an illustration of this very same specimen. You can tell because of this little bump.
The Ectopterygoid.
When this particular T-Rex was fossilized, one of its bones, this one, the Ectopterygoid, which supports biting force, got shoved out of place.
Yep.
It makes for a very distinctive profile.
So there's a bump there that you don't have on any other Tyrannosaurus skulls, and it's not on the other side. That's a bone that's out of place.
So Chip took this scientific illustration of specimen 5027 and started working.
Yep.
And this was totally pre-computer. We were still doing everything in the art department by hand. I was literally tracing it, but I was making creative decisions about how to alter it to make it into something somewhere between just a skeleton and a completed animal.
Chip's design was sent off to Michael Crichton for approval.
Yep.
The reply was swiftly delivered via fax machine.
I think it said, "Wow, fantastic jacket."
Jurassic Park.
So anyway, that logo that is now all over the place, both the Jurassic Park and now the Jurassic World logo too, that's this particular individual Tyrannosaurus's skull. You can see that bump inside the antorbital fenestra right there. That's it. It's that same specimen that Barnum Brown dug up in, what was it, 1905, I think? Yeah.
And the skull, which is still amongst the most beautiful Tyrannosaurus skulls known, was found in one single chert block.
It was quite a sensation. Right from the start, from the announcement in the New York Times that they had discovered Tyrannosaurus, there was a full-page article about the discovery, and that continued all the way through until they unveiled the mount for the public in the exhibition halls.
He would go out on the road to give lectures, and people would flock around his trains when they came. And he was one of the sort of early sort of celebrity paleontologists in the sense that he had his own CBS radio show each week, which he would talk about things. He was
doing the 20th century equivalent of live streaming, early 20th century equivalent, a CBS radio show. Oh, I wish that there were still recordings of this. I would love to be able to listen to that and see what it was like. That would be so cool. But he was doing really impactful science communication, science outreach at the time, Cool stuff. And that's Deinosuchus skull right there, Murph, in the background. Yeah. Starmy says, do you know if Barnum Brown had any dinosaurs named after him? I'm not sure. And Gav,
1816 just rolled us $25 closer to our vehicle goal for Mesozoic Research Center.
rolled us $25 further beyond our goal. Thank you. Gav, really appreciate that. Here, our truck kind of can't go any further here. But, really appreciate that. Thank you. It's more money for fuel, more money for supplies that we'll need. It makes a difference. Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff. Murph says $711 for gas? Is that... Holy cow. That's gonna get us several gallons. How expensive gas is now. Thank you. Gav and everybody else. Holy moly. Did Barnum Brown have any dinosaurs named after him? It's a good question. Here he is here. In the kind of British style sun helmet. I think it's a proper pith helmet, actually. It's probably made of actual Shola pith. But to see if any dinosaurs named after him. Brown eye. I betcha yes. But no, I don't think so, which is kind of odd, actually. He found so many dinosaurs, and he's such a heralded figure in the history of dinosaur paleontology. I guess... it might be because of his name, honestly. Honestly, who wants to name a dinosaur something Saurus Brown Eye? I don't know. It might just be an unfortunate quirk of his surname. Murph, maybe, yeah. Yeah. Barnum Eye then, says Starry? I don't think so. No. I want to say that there was like a pachycephalosaur species that was named after him, but it turned out not to be valid. Yeah, he has been honored in many other ways, however. Well, recently there's a song about him. And thank you, Diagonal, for looking that up. No eponyms at the place I know look. Appreciate that, Diagonal. I'll fast forward a little bit.
'Twas a cold December morning back in 1898. A brave young fossil hunter was pondering his fate when he heard there was a ship that was about to leave the dock. There was room for him if he could somehow beat the clock. Oh, Barnum Brown. A scientific expedition was about to raise its sail, and this young fossil hunter knew he couldn't drag his tail. It was bound for Patagonia, a place without renown, but the fossils that were rumored seemed to call to Barnum Brown. Ooh, Barnum Brown.
I'll skip to the Tyrannosaurus part.
Barnum felt a shiver as the wind as his crew looked. Lands of Montana lurked a hidden fossil trove, buried like a treasure deep within a pirate's cove. Ooh, Barnum Brown. Barnum wiped his brow as his crew looked on in shock. They found a frightful skeleton embedded in the rock. Its massive teeth and giant head were fearful to behold. Barnum felt a shiver as the wind blew hard and cold.
It's goofy, but it's fun, you know?
He lifted up a knife-like tooth and held it in his hand. To think this deadly creature once had roamed across the land. In ancient time, this monster terrorized its helpless prey, but his fossils were the only thing that Barnum found that day. Ooh, Barnum Brown. Its name became synonymous with nature pure and raw. Tyrannosaurus Rex, the name that still inspires awe. But there's another name that deserves its own renown. The greatest of all fossil hunters, that was Barnum Brown. Ooh, Barnum Brown.
But it's interesting that Barnum Brown never seems to have had a valid dinosaur genus named after him. But, again, he has this legendary status in the annals of dinosaur paleontology.
Ooh, Barnum Brown.
There's a book about him if you want to read it, by the way. Barnum Brown, the man who discovered Tyrannosaurus Rex. Let's see if I can find it on Rift Books. Not Amazon. Let's see. There we go. It's a little pricey on Thrift Books, but I'm sure you could find it elsewhere for less than that. There you go. An interesting Murph, that's funny. Well, they named it after him because Barnum Brown discovered Tyrannosaurus, but yeah. And that's funny, that is kind of like the Canyon Arrow song, isn't it, Miggity Marty? Maybe we'll play that later. Even though this is kind of a... There should be a truck-themed stream as well. Well, hang on, where were we? There we go. With our vehicle goal today, which we have far exceeded. Anyway, there's another book about Barnum Brown's discovery of Tyrannosaurus in particular. I haven't read it yet, but I've heard good things. And I've got that up here somewhere. Let's see. My to-be-read part of the library. The Monster's Bones. The Discovery of T-Rex and How It Shook Our World by David K. Randall. This is going to be... this is written for a wider audience than the Norell and Lovell Dingus book. here is... Oh boy, it's a lot less expensive too. I think it had many more printed. That one right there. But that'd be a great place to start if you're interested in this story. Barnum Brown's discovery of Tyrannosaurus. How it shook our world. There you go. And fruit flower question. I don't know if I saw that, Hibiscus. Sorry. Would you mind repeating it? And yeah, Starmeat Louis Dolo, yeah. He was the world expert on iguanodon for a long time. Yeah. Also, Dolo's Law, named after him. But yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, good stuff. While we're talking about Barnum Brown, I should find that clip from, oh goodness. We've watched the whole movie on stream before. T-Rex, Back to the Cretaceous. This is an IMAX film that came out in 1998. A lot of fun. Oh man, it's goofy. Here's a trailer, and we'll get to the Barnum Brown part in a minute.
In a place where the past has been buried for 65 million years, Dr. Donald Hayden is about to make... It's
probably ornithomimist, I think.
...an earth-shaking discovery.
I think he's basically supposed to be Phil Curry.
You'll be okay. Up here where the rocks have been kicked away, when Liz fell, I think there's something you should see.
Maybe it's need to make a sequel, that source,
well,
yeah.
Let's get it back to the museum and we'll run some tests.
This is so fun.
We'll find.
Maybe
what
it's
a goofy
T-Rex
movie.
egg.
No one's ever found a Tyrannosaurus egg before.
It's speculation, drawn on fact.
For his daughter Allie, who shares her father's passion for science, his prehistoric find will unlock a mysterious world where the past comes alive.
Yeah. She is tripping.
Allie, where are you?
Get ready to be transported into a land of infinite wonder.
I love this.
IMAX Film Distribution invites you to experience the next evolution in motion picture entertainment.
Neon Cityscape, you should really be more careful. Welcome.
T-Rex, back to the Cretaceous. Dinosaurs bigger than you can imagine on the giant IMAX screen.
Good stuff. I had that on DVD when I was like 10 years old. Loved it. And is that it here? Is this the whole thing on YouTube? Holy cow, it is. Darn, here is a link. They've upscaled it somehow. Okay, cool.
Dad?
Allie?
Hey, Dr. Hayden.
Hey, George.
Have you seen Allie anywhere?
No, I thought she was with you.
No. Would you mind checking the East Wing?
Sure. How long
I
she
think
was
maybe she got transported back to the Cretaceous period again.
I don't know. Okay.
Allie?
Maybe just back to the turn of the 20th century. Yeah, it's a recurring issue, Pate B.
Can I help you? Looking for someone?
Dr. Donald Hayden?
Hayden. Don't recall the name. Must be new to the field. Are you lost?
Kind of. Where are we?
Red Deer River, Alberta, Canada.
And you're Barnum Brown.
That's the name, bones of the game. How did you know?
Are you kidding? You're like the most famous bone digger in history. Your picture's all over the museum.
No. Careful with these now. One edge is sticking up. Yeah, that's a pretty big one.
Yeah. It's on a barge in the middle of the Red Deer River. How did... We should be like, who are you? How did you get here?
Is that Tyrannosaurus?
No. No, I've been coming here for 5 years. I've never seen anything like a Tyrannosaurus fossil. Nothing like those first 3 we found in Montana.
What keeps you coming back?
You've never been on a field survey before, have you?
Is it that obvious?
Yes, this was my
You mess
first
up that
field
hoodoo.
survey, and I was 100 years late. The Red Deer River was more beautiful than I could have imagined. And here was Barnum Brown, a man who might be able to answer some of my questions about the T-Rex.
If the Earth were a book, then each one of these layers would be a chapter in our history. And by taking samples from the various layers, we can know what happened. We can verify Darwin's mutability of species.
Evolution.
Precisely. Because each layer contains the fossils from a particular time period. By making comparisons, we can see changes that occurred over millions of
Anyway,
years.
I hope that this serves to make the point that
Turn into another millions of years later. Like
that Barnum Brown is a near legendary character
That
in the history of
connection
dinosaur
seems to have
paleontology.
stopped around the end of the Cretaceous. We're just gonna pull on the next bit.
Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
What's your theory on how they disappeared?
Oh, volcanic eruption or earthquake, whatever it was, it created a condition on this planet that the dinosaurs couldn't survive. These cliffs hold the clues. A layer of ash deposited 65 million years ago marks the outer boundary for dinosaurs like T-Rex.
And what's funny is that at the time they didn't know it was 65 million years ago. That wouldn't come until later with the discovery of radioactivity and like radioisotope dating. At this time, it was about 8 million years ago, they thought. In fact, I think it even shows that in, yeah, here we go. In this video, 301 there. Yeah. How the monster Tyrannosaurus Rex was dug out of his 8 million year old tomb. We didn't have a good idea of the numbers back then in... What year is this? 1906 or so? Yeah.
These cliffs hold the clues. A layer of ash deposited 65 million years ago marks the outer boundary for dinosaurs like T-Rex.
They would have thought it was about 5,
Do you
8,
think they
10
could have
million
laid
years
eggs?
ago.
Tyrannosaurus? Well, there's nothing in the fossil record, but I suppose it's possible.
Suppose it's possible. I mean... Let me ask you, Chad. If we never found a Tyrannosaurus egg, how would we approach this problem scientifically? How would we maybe try and figure out... How would we frame our thoughts around this? If we don't have direct fossil evidence. Murph has got it. Yeah, Murph. Yeah, the EPB. The thing is, if we don't have direct fossil evidence of something, so we've never found a T-Rex egg. How do we frame our thoughts around this? How do we come up with ideas that are still based on some degree of evidence, even if direct evidence isn't available? For one thing, yeah, we look at anatomy, for certain Neon Cityscape, yeah, but the extant phylogenetic bracket is the best way for kind of framing our thoughts around this. There's something for a dinosaur that's unknown. Nobody's ever found a Tyrannosaurus egg. That's unknown. But what do the relatives of Tyrannosaurus do? We do know that other dinosaurs absolutely did lay eggs because we found their fossil eggs. But let's pretend like we'd never found a dinosaur egg of any description before. What would we expect to see in dinosaurs reproductively? Live birth, budding, or egg laying? Well, we can look at critters that we do know about today and can directly observe. The closest living relatives of dinosaurs are the crocs, who are like cousins to the dinosaurs, and then birds, who literally are dinosaurs. They're the only living dinosaurs today. We know that birds lay eggs, and we know that crocs lay eggs, so we have every reason to think that dinosaurs laid eggs too. And this was kind of the assumption before anybody had found any fossil dinosaur eggs from the Mesozoic. And now we've got them from a whole host of different kinds of dinosaurs. We've got them, I think, from every major clade of dinosaurs. Saurischians, ornithischians, within those, eggs from sauropods all over the place. Eggs from lots of different kinds of theropods. The big major group that Tyrannosaurus belongs to. Two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs. The same dinosaurs that birds evolved from. We have eggs from hadrosaurs and from other kinds of ornithopod dinosaurs like that. We might actually even have some ceratopsian eggs at this point. Although I don't know if we have any thyreophoran eggs. Shoot, I forgot about that. Our armored dinosaurs, I don't think we have any eggs from them yet. And that might just be because they would have laid soft-shelled eggs. We think soft-shelled eggs are the primitive condition for dinosaurs. That's the ancestral state. And only later did certain groups of dinosaurs develop hard-shelled eggs. Today, crocs and turtles lay soft-shelled eggs. Birds lay hard-shelled eggs. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. Somewhere along the line, different groups of dinosaurs evolved hard-shelled eggs, but the default, the primitive state, you could say, is soft-shelled eggs, which are not as easy to fossilize, so that might explain why we don't have eggs from dinosaurs from certain groups, like the armored dinosaurs. Maybe they're still laying soft-shelled eggs. So yeah. Anywho. Pete B says, how much phylogeny can you do without DNA? We have to do all of our dinosaur phylogeny without DNA, Pete B. Unless we're talking about birds. Thank you, Elias Najah, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, we do cladistic analyses using morphological traits. So, yeah, you've seen me play the clip before with Jacques Gauthier, and it's called cladistics. You've seen that clip, right? I don't know how many times I've played it in the past. But yeah. Yeah. And Crimson says, without eggs, could you not tell whether an animal was an egg layer or gave live birth based on their skeletal structure? It's tricky, Crimson. Yeah, so like here, I'll show you an example where we've been able to figure it out before without finding eggs. Here. I'll show you. This will help explain it. Bingo. All right. Here's a children's book. But it illustrates our point quite well, I think. This was written in, what, the 80s? 1989. There we go. Yeah. Let's find the Plesiosaurus chapter here. 111. So these are like short stories about dinosaurs and other critters during the Mesozoic. And Paleozoic, too. Did I mention that? But anyway, here's our plesiosaur. Turns out they couldn't actually do this, lift their neck out of the water like that, but we'll ignore it. She's coming up onto the beach like a mother turtle here. And what does she encounter coming up out of the sand? Well, it's a bunch of baby plesiosaurs being beset by theropods and pterosaurs. And then she's chased off the beach by some marauding theropods and barely escapes with her life. This is kind of a trope in older paleo art like this. Plesiosaurs coming up onto land to lay their eggs and then just being torn asunder. Is it in the same book as the other one? Oh, it totally is. Page 51. Yeah, here's the same deal. Earlier in the Jurassic. Mother plesiosaur coming up onto the beach. Here's a Dilophosaurus, and, uh-oh. Yeah. Too bad for her. Yeah. So this was kind of the assumption back in the days. Well, plesiosaurs are reptiles. Lived in the ocean, just like sea turtles today. Sea turtles return to the same beach that they were born on to lay their eggs, or at least a nearby beach. Plesiosaurs must have done the same thing. Although nobody ever found a plesiosaur egg, it was kind of assumed that, yeah, plesiosaurs must have had to come up onto land in order to lay their eggs, right? Well, fast forward to, was it the early 2000s, I think? A mini pie. There we go. Sea monster fetus found, proof plesiosaurs had live young? You can see this specimen at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles today. A polycotylid plesiosaur found with a big old baby inside the ribcage. One who had not been eaten, but was an unborn baby. These critters were viviparous. They gave birth to live young. So that's how you can demonstrate that critters gave birth to live young, is if you find a juvenile inside the mother. This had already happened for ichthyosaurs like a century prior. Yeah. With baby ichthyosaurs found within the skeletons of adults, or even exiting the birth canal, probably during decomposition. But yeah, pretty cool. So anyway, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And not ovoviviparous? No egg? I mean, it's too big. The fetus would have been too big for ovovivipary. That would have been like true vivipary there, Claire. Yeah. Usually ovovivipary means that the young are very small. So yeah. Anyway. How are you doing, Minnie? You want to find me? Look, did you see our goal? Look. Look. Look at that. That truck there. We exploded our goal. Just blew it up. What do you think of that? What do you think? Oh, yeah. And Starmy says, is it possible that a species could be an exception? And how does that work in evolutionary terms? Could a single species be an exception to the rule of egg laying, or would it have to be an entire genus or clade? So, Starmy, there are some critters today where I think not just members of the same family, but members of the same species can be either viviparous or oviparous. I think there might even be some individuals who can switch between giving birth to live young and laying eggs. I think there are some species of lizards that do this, which is wild to think about, that there's that kind of variation like that. That kind of behavioral reproductive plasticity, we would say. Whether or not any non-bird dinosaurs could do that, I kind of have my doubts. It seems like a really weird thing, but there are some kinds of lizards that do this, as I understand it. So, yeah. Yeah. And Gamers Tavern Show says there's literally one egg-laying mammal species in the entire family? Wait, what? No, I think there's like... Is it 6 egg-laying mammals? Gamers Tavern Show? There's the platypus, and I think there's like 5 species of echidna. But they're a different group of mammals. They're the monotremes, and all of them laid eggs. There's just a few species of them left, but monotremes used to be far more diverse. There used to be hundreds or thousands of species of egg-laying mammal. Now there's only a handful left. But yeah. But that's the thing, is it like, that's a once mighty and diverse group, and now there's a few lone survivors. Yeah. Does that make sense? Mammals originally laid eggs, though, and during the age of dinosaurs, it's maybe like the majority of mammal species laid eggs. But the ones who laid eggs tend not to be the ones who survived the KPG extinction. So, yeah. But yeah. But you're right, it is far more likely that any given dinosaur species acts like the other dinosaurs. Yeah, true. For sure, Gamers Tavern Show. That part right on the money there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh. But yeah, is it, But yeah, there's something about... Well, like, birds, all of them lay eggs. There are no birds who give live birth. And there are no croc species that give live birth today. There may have been some during the age of dinosaurs, maybe some of the marine crocs, the ones who evolved to live in the oceans. They may have been viviparous, giving birth to live young. Maybe even ovoviviparous. Maybe they produced eggs with an eggshell and everything, and then the embryo hatched from those eggs internally, and swam away. Like, swam out of the birth canal. We don't really know. Man, my goodness, did you come here for more treats? You didn't even eat the treats last time. If I give you some treats, you better eat them. You better eat them. Oh, okay, let's see. Is it what you want? Do you want treats? Oh, wow. Are you not gonna eat those? I'm gonna take them away then before you slobber on them. Before you slobber on them. What? What's up with you? You're so spoiled, man. My goodness. You're so spoiled. You're so spoiled. It's like she wants me to show supplication, and that's her whole reason for showing up. She wants an offering, but she doesn't want to take it. She might sense you're preparing for an expedition, says Cackle. I'm always preparing for an expedition. And holy cow, Ben 6! Thank you.
6 just rolled us $25 closer to our vehicle goal for Mesozoic Research Center.
Thank you, Ben 6. Really appreciate that. Thank you for your contribution. Splendid. We are already well above our goal, but you're helping us afford extra fuel and field supplies. Really appreciate that, Ben. Thank you. And you know that's a tax-deductible donation you just made, too. So you can write that off on your taxes next year. Thank you for supporting our field work. So excited to be out there in Wyoming again, digging up more dinosaurs. It's gonna be excellent. You might have enough gas money to get home now, says C-152 Flight. Well, it doesn't go to me. I pay for my own gas when I'm going out there to Wyoming. This is for the rental truck for the crew and to fuel that up and buy other supplies that we might need. But I'm paying my own way to get out there, out of my own pocket. It's not coming out of the crew budget. But yeah. Anywho. Appreciate that, Ben. Thank you. So anywho, Barnum Brown, let's finish out this video here. We're what, 3 minutes in? Yeah.
Specimen would become the 5027 specimen. And the skull, which is still amongst the most beautiful Tyrannosaurus skulls known, was found in one single chert block.
It was quite a sensation. Right from the start, from the announcement in the New York Times that they had discovered Tyrannosaurus, there was a full-page article about the discovery, and that continued all the way through until they unveiled the mount for the public in the exhibition halls.
He would go out on the road to give lectures, and people would flock around his trains when they came. And he was one of the sort of, early sort of, celebrity paleontologists in the sense that he had his own CBS radio show each week, which he would talk about things. He was the dinosaur consultant for Walt Disney and Shostakovich for Fantasia.
I don't think it's too much to say that we all work in his shadow, especially if you're working on dinosaurs. It's not only the fossils that you're probably incorporating into your studies, no matter what kind of dinosaur you're working on, but he was also trained as a geologist at the University of Kansas. And although he didn't take a lot of detailed field notes, he had a very good eye for the stratigraphy, the sequence of rock layers in the field area where he worked all over the world. No matter how hard you try, especially here at the American Museum, you can never really walk out of Barnum's shadow.
Yep. Good stuff. Barnum Brown. We're lucky he left so much for us there in western Wyoming. Again, he went out there in the late 1930s, found a bunch of dinosaurs, dug some up, brought some back to New York. Never really worked on them. Never published on any of them. Never named any of them. That's part of what we're doing out there, and what we've been doing for the past half-decade now is, holy cow, half-decade. Actually excavating, collecting data on these dinosaurs that Barnum Brown left behind for us, I guess. Interesting. Azul says, why not get a camper RV to save on expenses? Because I can't afford that. What? I drive like the least expensive vehicle you can own long term. Yeah, I've got a Toyota Prius, an 08 Toyota Prius, the most mechanically sound, lowest maintenance, highest fuel economy kind of vehicle that you can get that's proper for taking out to the field. Like, I outfitted my Toyota Prius with off-road tires and a lift for more ground clearance so I can take it off-road, and that's what I've been doing since I got it back in 2021. It's been great. Best field vehicle I've ever owned. Without a doubt. And you can sleep in it, too. I've done that many times. Cool thing about a Prius is that if you put it on accessory mode at night when you go to sleep, you can either run the heater or run the air conditioning all night, and you won't deplete the battery. The gasoline engine will kick on to recharge the hybrid battery, and it'll just do that periodically throughout the night, you know? Maybe you'll use half a gallon of fuel or something over the course of 7 or 8 hours. But, like, it's a heck of a lot less expensive than getting a hotel. Oh, yeah. And a lifted Prius, now I've heard it all, says C-152. It's not an uncommon thing. Yeah. Prius Off-Road is the folks who helped me out with this. So they produce these lift kits like this for a Prius. I think it's about a 2-inch lift, but that counts for a lot because that can let you put larger tires on. So I think my Prius is about 4 or 5 inches higher than a stock one. So, yeah. Anyhow. But yeah, good stuff. And Dirter Bus says lightweight cars are great for off-road. Agreed. Yeah. Gamers Tavern Show says I was picturing a Prius monster truck. No. So that's the cool thing. It's not like a crazy obnoxious lift. It doesn't affect my fuel economy at all, as far as I know. I do have larger tires they're not the regular low rolling resistance tires that they normally put on a hybrid vehicle for extra fuel efficiency. So I lose a few mpgs based on that. But I still get, if I'm taking it easy on the highway, I'll get 45 mpgs easy. Yeah, it's great. But yeah. Anywho. And sponsorship one, they're not a big company. It's like one guy. I think it's a sole proprietorship. But, yeah. Anyhow. Good stuff. Let me introduce you to a couple of the museums that we're collecting for this summer, now that we've talked about Barnum Brown. First off is there's two. There's the Cincinnati Museum Center in Cincinnati, Ohio, and the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. We already talked a tiny bit about the Carnegie Museum, but here's the Cincinnati Museum Center.
Your wow awaits at Cincinnati Museum Center. Walk in the shadow of dinosaurs, stroll the cobblestone streets of the 1850s, and crawl through the treetops as you explore 3 museums. Cincinnati Museum Center, even cooler than you remember.
They did have like a remodel recently that was pretty big. Here's their dinosaur hall here. What's really cool is that this museum, like it's a major institution. And they have partnered with our little crew. They really kind of like, it's a real faith in us. I'm touched that they believed in this project and agreed to be one of our repositories. In fact, they were our first official repository. When other museums said no way, they said, yes, we will kind of rubber stamp what you're doing. And you can be, we will be the museum on your permits, is what they said. So since we're digging on public land, Bureau of Land Management, federal land, you need some kind of institutional affiliation in order to be able to get permits. Ethan reached out to these folks and he said, hey, I've got a little bit of money and some friends who are interested in this, and we've got dinosaurs that we want to excavate, but we need permits. Will you be the museum on our permits, and then we will send you the fossils afterward? Again, I want to make this very, very clear. We're out in the field not to dig up dinosaurs for fortune and glory. These are not to sell. Absolutely not. As a wise man once said,
That belongs in a museum!
It's a cliche, but it's true. Scientifically important specimens belong in a museum. And it's a bit of a commitment for a museum to sign off on your permits and say, yes, you can send those fossils to our facility, and we will pay to house them. We will hold them in our collections for all time. Like, that's a promise right there. We're very, very grateful that the Cincinnati Museum did that for us right at the outset. I still haven't been able to visit here, but I'm looking forward to. Maybe I'll get to go before SVP this year, which is also in Ohio. It's in Cleveland. But, yeah. But take a look at that. That's a big Gallimimus skeleton there, big Diplodocid dinosaur, related to Diplodocus. And there you go, Hogan. I like that idea, the sponsorship. Yeah. Allosaurus and Torvosaurus there. Ethan is actually working on this specimen right here, Torvosaurus. This critter is, Ethan's working on describing it, as I understand, which is pretty darn cool. Torvosaurus is such a cool dinosaur. Holy moly. It's from the late Jurassic. So much earlier than the stuff we're digging up in Wyoming. But holy cow, what a cool critter. Probably the biggest dinosaur from the Morrison, biggest predatory dinosaur from the Morrison Formation. Yeah, really cool critter. And those are real, yeah. Yeah, real fossil specimens there. It's exciting stuff.
Dinosaurs now have a home at Union Terminal. The Cincinnati Museum Center reopens to the public tomorrow after a more than 2-year, $228 million restoration project.
And so this is from 7 years ago, so it's been open for a while now.
Among the changes is a new dinosaur hall at the Museum of Natural History and Science. It's the only place in the world visitors will be able to see the largely intact skeleton of Torvosaurus. That's a 35-ton.
Not 35-ton, no.
I'm sorry, let me say it again. It's a 35-foot,
there you go,
ton predator.
It's a world-class exhibit with 6 original dinosaur skeletons.
So this is Glenn Storrs, very well-respected vertebrate paleontologist, and he's been out with us in the field. I've had him on stream before in Wyoming. Really nice guy. It's always nice to run into him at conferences and stuff, and he's been very kind to us, so deeply, deeply grateful. Big paleo salute to Glenn.
People will come from miles around to see skeletons that they can't see anywhere else in the world.
And you will also be able to watch paleontologists at work in a new lab and see an interactive globe that shows the continents moving over 600 million years. Holiday Junction and a refurbished public landing exhibit are among the other attractions you can see, and it all starts tomorrow.
Cool stuff. That is one of the museums that hopefully in a few years will be displaying some of the fossils that we're excavating in Wyoming. They've already got some of our better specimens from previous years, and they're currently working on prepping some of those, but we're going to be able to fast-track this with some of the money that we raised today. Ethan has been running this lab space in Salt Lake City, and I'm really looking forward to hearing some updates about that. Holy cow. I'll probably give him a call sometime this week and we can chat about it. But, yeah. Exciting stuff. Oh! Anywho, and then there's the museum in Pittsburgh. So Cincinnati is one of our museum partners, one of our repositories. The Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh is the other one. Here's a news report from last summer.
The prehistoric beasts on display at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History got their moment in the spotlight this morning during the facility's inaugural Dino Fest.
Yep. Does anybody remember that name from last year, Dino Fest?
Free with admission, the celebration included the scenes, insights, activities for all ages, and live discussions from dinosaur experts.
Yep.
With the new Jurassic World Rebirth movie coming out on July 2nd, experts also spoke about how they consult for Hollywood movies.
It's just an absolute celebration of all things paleontology. We have hands-on activities. We have sit-down talks with collections managers, paleontologists. We're live streaming a dig. We've got a
live streaming a dig? What does he mean by that? That was me. Broadcast live. Some of you remember those. Yeah. We did 2 different streams on one day. Here's that live stream. There's Dr. Matt Lamana right there, friend of the channel, and here's me on. This is like standing room only here. People were filling the aisles and everything. Yeah. Let's find that VOD real quick. Here we go. It'll be in our Wyoming streams from last year. Is Dino Fest searchable? It's not. Okay, so we got to go find it manually. Summer 2025. But this was a lot of fun because it was, well, it was weird the way that it worked out. There we go. Because I got a horrendous echo.
That sounds great, yeah. I can hear you right now. I'm just trying to switch over to the camera. Let's see.
So that's there we go.
I'm getting a crazy echo on my end, but that should be
unworkable. It ended up not being fine. I had to hang up and just kind of fly blind.
Yeah, it lets me know that we do have a bit of a delay here, but that'll be okay. Can you see and hear me right now on the screen?
And you're all good, Claire. It's not a problem.
All right, excellent.
You can kind of hear Matt's voice.
Well, welcome everybody to beautiful southern Wyoming. We're here digging up a duck-billed dinosaur, and I'm glad that I can show you around. So, the quarry is right down here, and we've got some of our volunteers. We've just shown up a few minutes ago. We're getting kind of an early start because of the time difference. We wanted to make sure that we have everything in order to be able to show you.
And you can hear the hesitation in my voice because I'm hearing my own voice echoing back to me, and it's really, really distracting. So eventually I just had to hang up.
During the event.
Exactly, Gamers Tavern Show, yeah.
This echo is really distracting, shoot. Is there anything we can do about that, you think, Matt? Okay. Okay. Perfect. That sounds great. Yeah.
Cephalon Wolf, thank you for the $5 donation there. I really appreciate that.
Smell, we're $5 closer to our vehicle goal.
Another $5 beyond the goal. Thank you, Cephalon Wolf, for your contribution. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
See you in a sec. Well, there we go. That's much better. Don't have my own voice echoing 3 times in my ear. You can't believe how distracting that is. But yeah, welcome to Wyoming. Welcome to the Late Cretaceous Almond Formation. We're digging in rocks that are about 73 million years old. And we've got a crew of volunteers and paleontologists here from across the country. Some from Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
I got Eric right here. Yeah, where in Pennsylvania?
About an hour northeast of Pittsburgh,
All right.
Indiana County.
Yeah, Indiana County?
Yeah.
All right, Indiana County. Any audience members, make some noise. Yeah. I did like to imagine that people were just like hooting and hollering here in the audience as this was happening, but we got Ethan right here.
Ethan out of Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
Happy to be here. Not a scientist, but I'm happy to plaster.
We're great. We're glad to have you here. Shoot,
Get them hands dirty.
Need all the help we can get here. We've got Nick Hornacek here, also
Hello.
from Pittsburgh.
From Pittsburgh, fellow volunteer in the Paleo Lab at Carnegie.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for coming.
Yeah, working hard out here. Any Pittsburghers there in the museum right now? Make some noise for us. Oh, come on, you can do better than that. We can't hear you all the way over here in Wyoming. Get louder. And we got Luke over here.
What's going on, everybody?
Our boss man for the day. Yeah, Luke, where are you from?
I'm from Maplewood, New Jersey.
All right.
Essex County, baby.
Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then here, last member of our crew, this big dead duck-billed dinosaur.
Yeah, big dead duck.
This is a hadrosaur under this.
This is a lot of fun.
This yesterday. We did this live on stream. That was a ton of fun. But yeah, this is the protective plaster and burlap cocoon that we put over these fossils in order to protect them during transport, protect them from the elements, and just keep everything together until we can get it back to the laboratory. And those hardworking preparators can open this up and start cleaning those bones, get them ready for study, for repository, and then get them ready to possibly put them on display. We're really excited about this because odds are fairly high. Trying to, temper my enthusiasm. And holy cow, Casey Snowart raiding in. Thank you for the raid, Casey. How are you? How was your stream, Casey? Didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it, Casey. And Creepy Anime, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah. We were just watching this doofus stumble around in the field. And, Scoundrel. Third tries the charm. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Here, let me catch you up. Dino Fest in Pittsburgh last year.
Birth movie coming out on July 2nd. Experts also spoke about how they consult for Hollywood movies.
It's just an absolute celebration of all things paleontology. We have hands-on activities. We have sit-down talks with collections managers, paleontologists. We're live streaming a dig. We've got a live
streaming from. This is me. I was on screen at the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This was last June of 2025, and here is that broadcast here on Twitch. They played it live on the big screen for everybody in the auditorium. I was answering people's questions via
Odds
text
are
and
fairly
high. Trying to, temper my enthusiasm here, but, odds are good that this is a brand new species of duck-billed dinosaur. So, yeah, and for those of you who are wondering, what is a duck-billed dinosaur? Why is this important? What do they look like? I've got some little visual aids that I can show you here.
Well, I have this one here today.
Yeah. So, this is an artist representation of a Saurolophine hadrosaur. Actually, two of them right there. So these are plant-eating dinosaurs. These are some of the biggest dinosaurs, probably the biggest, in this geological formation. Anyway, so this is a ton of fun. We'll be out there again in June. We were raising money today, as you can see here, for a vehicle rental that we'll need for this field work this summer. And, well, holy cow, look, over there. Exploded our donation goal, thanks to the generosity of this community. Just incredible. Anyway, very happy about that. Casey, thank you so much for the raid. Again, I hope you had an excellent stream. Casey said stream went well. I'm a bit under the weather. I'm sorry to hear that, Casey, but I hope you feel better soon.
Delighted we could come support you for once. I appreciate it, Casey. Well, you're here all the time. Yeah. If anyone's not yet following Casey Snow Art, you're missing out. Holy cow. One of the coolest channels on Twitch. I say that without reservation. Casey is she's such a gem. In my opinion, like what Twitch should be. Casey's a former art teacher, former professional art teacher, current artist, and I guess online art teacher. A lot of her artwork focuses on animals and other living things, which is always a ton of fun. She does some really cool paleo art too. But also, I guess the main focus of Casey's streams is trying to celebrate the idea of art and get people involved with it. She does this cool thing called the Art Gym. A gym that you work out at. Encouraging people to flex those art muscles, practice those skills, and just kind of stay enthusiastic and disciplined about doing that kind of practice. If you've ever wanted to learn how to draw and wanted maybe you want a supportive community to do that in, go follow Casey Snow Art right now, because that's exactly what she does. And I appreciate that, Casey. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah. Do you even art, bro? Yes. There you go. Good stuff. And thank you, Nerduino, for the 36 months of support there. Holy cow, Nerduino. I appreciate that. Goodness. I hope you're doing well, Nerduino. Can we get a shout out for Nerduino as well? Who is a former NASA scientist and current astronomer right here on Twitch. Nerduino, I hope oh, well, hello and goodbye, Minipod. I hope that you've been doing well, especially since the Artemis mission, Nerduino. I know that was it was a ton of fun watching your channel during that. I hope some of those new viewers have stuck around. I hope things are good over at your channel. Go give Nerduino a follow if you're interested in space science. If you want to be able to talk to another real-life scientist, he's around. He does really cool streams. I've been lucky enough to hang out in person with Nerduino at a number of TwitchCons now, and always a ton of fun. Nerduino's a good guy. Yeah. Artemis was the most fun for a while. Thanks for noticing. Of course, Nerduino. Yeah. Thanks for doing really cool stuff during that, helping enrich and embiggen our appreciation for the Artemis mission through your commentary and coverage. Good stuff. Yeah. And Mikey Likes is my wife. I'll resist the urge to do it in a Borat voice. My wife, who has never seen your stream before, just stopped walking by and said, "That guy looks like he should have been cast in Jurassic Park." Well, maybe I'm in the right business. Tell her maybe she's onto something. But yeah. Starwing says we have a papal bull from the 14th century that's been unfolded so long it's impossible to open it without breaking it into pieces. I've pestered the direction of the where the archive is for money, but no luck. Last Friday, a nun walked into the archive and she pledged the funds to have the bull worked on and opened. That is so cool, Starmie. Very, very cool. Congratulations. Doing some cool work. I love to hear it. You love to hear it. It's the sort of thing that makes me really happy. I mean, one of the reasons why I wanted to start this channel here on Twitch was to make the point that this kind of stuff, whether it's fossil science like I do, or whether it's history like Starmie does, or whether it's astronomy like Nerduino does, or art like Casey Snowart does, you can get involved with this at home, you know? This stuff is not as far away and as unreachable or as arcane as you might think that it is. There's so many opportunities out there to get involved with stuff. There are lots of ways to build connections, you know? I always encourage people, if you're really interested in fossil science, see if there's a museum near where you live. Get involved. See if you can volunteer. Join a field crew. Work in the laboratory. There are opportunities out there for anybody interested. Get yourself, like, physically to that location, to that museum, to that field site. Being there where the action is important, if you can do it. And if you can't, there are ways to participate online. We just ran a fundraiser today and raised an amount of money that I'm still kind of astonished by for paleontological fieldwork this summer. $2,700. Holy cow. On top of the $940 that Petrodactylus raised a couple weeks ago. That's incredible. This is a long-winded and inarticulate way of saying that if you're enthusiastic about something, get involved with it. There are opportunities out there. If you get creative, you're driven, you can do cool stuff. If you're really into something, you can level up that enthusiasm. Go from a fan to a participant. Whether it's doing art, or astronomy, or fossil science. There are ways to get involved if you want to. And likewise to my scientific colleagues, there are ways to involve people in the general public. Ways to bring people in, to show off your work, get people interested in it, and ask them to participate. It's a give and take, you know? I've been incredibly lucky to be able to present fossil science to a growing audience for the past few years. Not just here in my office, but out in the field too. Out there in Wyoming last summer, having this broadcast live to an audience in Pittsburgh. This was a neat confluence, like a mixture of the IRL and you had an IRL studio audience here that I was able to stream remotely to, while I was also streaming to the audience here on Twitch. What a privilege. What a way to get people excited. Dino Fest, I guess, was a huge success last year at the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. And I've been asked to help with this again this year, and I'm very excited about that. It's going to be good. And holy cow, are we... Ethan's head might explode when I tell him how much money you folks raised today for our fieldwork this summer, for our vehicle rental, and now for fuel and other supplies too. We can afford a bit more than we thought we could. I'm really proud of that, and you should be proud too. Anyway, my earbud is beeping. It tells me the battery is dying. I think it's about time to wrap up this stream. Yeah. And there you go, Starmy. Yep. Oh, thank you, Starmy. Holy cow, thank you for the kind words, and keep following your passion. Good stuff. Anyway. Buy some extra fossil jacket material, yeah. And we got the wish list there too that we'll continue to have up for a while until we get a little bit into the field season there. But yeah. Good stuff. Anyway. With that said, time to wrap things up here. Here we go. And let's put one of Barnum Brown's discoveries under our credits today. People don't realize.
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Friendly yelling, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Ariana Celestine, for the 30 bits. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Whoa,
57 months from Golganek. Holy cow.
Women closer. Paleo salute, paleo, LB swim, paleo, LB swim, paleo, LB swim.
Let's find somebody to raid into real quick. There we go. Thank you to everybody showing up in our credits right now. From new followers and raiders to subscribers and gifters and cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial support. Thank you to everybody who donated today. Holy cow! I'm still astonished, and I can't wait to hear what Ethan says. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Thank you for supporting scientific fieldwork through your generosity. That is really extraordinary. Truly something special. Let's see. I think we're a little early to raid into science streams, unfortunately. Let's see what Draw Curiosity is up to. Yeah, excellent. Let's see what Dr. Ines is doing. Thank you, of course, also to our moderators for always being here and keeping an eye on things in the chat, making sure that this is a safe and welcoming community for everybody, no matter where they're coming from. Whether it's from a raid, whether it's from the For You page, whether it's from whatever. People of all ages, all backgrounds, all everything. Welcome here on Paleontologizing, and thank you, mods, for helping keep it that way. Appreciate you more than you know. Tomorrow is World Tapir Day, so I'm very excited for that. It's going to be a ton of fun. And, you'll join me for that. Might be a little bit late, because I might be coming back from Berkeley tomorrow. But, see you there. And thank you again, everybody, for your generous contributions today. I'm so proud of this community. Holy cow. All right, let's go right into Draw Curiosity.